Thank you, thank you. Good evening. Prior to us coming back to order, I'd like to refer anybody who needs translator services to Ms. Paula Balbuena at the podium.
Thank you, President Brown. Buenas tardes, habla Paula Balbuena. Si necesita servicios de interpretación al español, por favor llame al 1805-324-7680 e ingrese el código de acceso 463-008-249 más la tecla numeral. Este es un número totalmente gratis. Nuevamente, llame al número de teléfono 1805-324-7680 e ingrese el código de acceso 463-008-249 más la tecla numeral. También puede acceder a estas instrucciones en nuestro sitio web en mcs4kids.com, dirigiéndose a la parte inferior de la página en Quick Links y haciendo clic en Board Agendas para ir a la agenda de esta noche o estaré sentada hacia en la parte de atrás. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Balbuena. Welcome to Modesto City Schools regular board meeting of May 15th, 2023. This meeting is now called to order. In closed session, the board gave direction to legal counsel. There will be no need for roll call since we have 100% attendance of the board. We do have a quorum present to conduct business this evening. I would like to invite everyone to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. So good evening, everyone. This open session meeting of the Board of Trustees is being live streamed at the direction of the board. The live stream is available on the district website, and the recordings will be available for viewing the day after the board meeting. We recognize that we have a lot of people interested in tonight's meeting. Do we have individuals who are waiting in additional quarters tonight? Or has everyone been able to be seated this evening? I get the thumbs up, so I appear that everyone is here with us. We do welcome student voice at our meetings. So regarding public comment, Modesto City Schools has provided an opportunity for the public to provide comments. It is outlined on the agenda. The public has been given an opportunity to call in and leave a voicemail or send us a comment via email or to appear in person before the board. Any public comments received via email or voicemail following the posting of the board agenda and prior to noon the day of the board meeting will not be read aloud, but have been transcribed and printed with copies provided to each board member prior to the start of the board meeting and are available to the public. The voice and email public comments will be attached to a future board meeting's minutes for approval. This practice will continue until further notice. For members of the public that are interested in commenting in the future, we welcome your comments. If you wish to address the board during the period for public comment on a subject not on the agenda, you must complete a public presentation request card and submit it to the board president prior to the period for public comment. If you need assistance from our translator, please indicate so on the request card. Every person who wishes to address the board, please fill out a card. If you can find the cards in the lobby, you can hand the comment card to Ms. Chambers in the back of the room. Ms. Chambers is waving her hand in the back of the room. I also want to remind you that if you wish to make a complaint against a specific district employee, you should follow the district's personnel complaint procedure. Copies of that procedure are available in the lobby, as are agenda copies, which outline the procedures we will observe during the period for public comment. The right to address the board does not exempt the speaker from any potential liability for defamation. If you plan to speak on a topic, please fill out a card now, as no cards will be accepted after the period for public comment has begun. The maximum time for any one speaker is 3 minutes, for a total of 30 minutes. This evening, we are pleased to welcome 2 students from Wilson Elementary School who will lead us in the flag salute. So first is, as I call your name, please stand, Jonas Angulo. 5th grader Jonas is a member of the Associated Student Body. He's an exceptional scholar who embodies the MCS character traits and actively displays the school's ROAR expectations daily. Jonas loves to learn about other countries. Following college, he would like to be a geography teacher. And please come back to Modesto to teach. Also, we have Eleanor Montoya. Would you stand? Great. Eleanor, 6th grade student Eleanor is an outstanding scholar. She received the Student of the Month Award and is an Eddie's Award recipient for exhibiting all the MCS character traits. Eleanor is always on task and willing to help her peers. She plays baseball and loves being around animals. Following college, Eleanor would like to be a veterinarian. So please, students, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So now I'd like to turn the time over to Dr. Noguchi, our superintendent, for her welcome and announcement.
Thank you, President Brown. Good evening and welcome to tonight's board meeting. I'm going to try to keep it brief, but I do have 3 topics in which I want to speak to tonight. First, I am honored to have the Teacher of the Year nominees and winners here this evening. It's a true privilege to welcome you, the folks that nominated you, and also your families here tonight. Tonight we come together not only to recognize the extraordinary achievements of our Teacher of the Year nominees, but also to acknowledge the collective effort and dedication of all of our educators. Each nominee represents the highest standards of excellence and exemplifies the qualities we cherish in exceptional educators: innovation, compassion, understanding, leadership, and a genuine care for our students. To each nominee, I offer my heartfelt congratulations. Your unwavering commitment to providing quality education has undoubtedly touched thousands of kids in our community. Thank you to you, and thank you from the community. Each of you definitely contribute to Modesto City School being the destination district for Stanislaus County, and we're very proud that you're here this evening. Next, I want to acknowledge that the month of May is really an appreciation month for many employees, and many of the employees across the district have been recognized or will be recognized, but I do want to speak a little bit about the appreciation. I want to express my deep appreciation for all the employee groups and stress that every MCS employee is critical to our district's operations. From custodians to nutrition services, to bus drivers, to school secretaries, to teachers, to nurses, school principals, district office staff, central office staff, and that's just to name a few. Thank you for fulfilling our promise of every student matter and every moment counts. We couldn't do it without you, so thank you. And lastly, I would like to welcome the newest member to our leadership team. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rumayor, who will be our next Senior Director of Student Support Services. You can do a wave right there. Dr. Rumayor is a Central Valley educator and leader. Currently, he is the principal over at Glick Junior High School in Empire, and prior to that, he was an educator in Turlock Unified. Dr. Rumayor comes to us with a wealth of experience and knowledge and has been in education for over 20 years. And during that time, he has been a teacher, a school counselor, a school administrator in the area of curriculum instruction, school safety, and special education. So join me in a heartfelt welcome for Dr. Rumayor. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, President Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Noguchi. Next is item A6, reports from board members. Do we have any board members who'd like to share a report this evening? And currently I see Trustee, everyone looks like. Trustee Maestas, you logged in first.
Oh, I was the quickest to the button, huh? I had the opportunity to go to Sonoma and Lakewood Open House, and it was wonderful to see all of the things that the kids have been doing over the course of the, I'd say year, but really probably the last several months. And the classrooms, the energy of the parents and the kids in each of the classrooms, and just looking at all of the wonderful things that's happening in our schools. So it was really great to be out there at the open houses. Lastly, I just want to say congratulations. We're here at the end of May, and we only have a couple weeks of school left, so everyone's gearing up for graduations. And so I want to congratulate, we've got 6th graders going on to a new stage in life in junior high. So they're going on to junior high, big deal. I've got one of those myself going on to junior high. I've got an 8th grader that's promoting this year as well. So congratulations to all the 8th graders for making it through junior high, which is probably the scariest time in people's lives. It's definitely the craziest. And then, of course, the high school students that are all graduating next week. They made it through this stage in life, and wherever they're going next, just want to congratulate them on their work. Wherever they're going, college, career, military, whatever is their calling, just know that we are glad to have had you in our schools. And And we're excited. I'm excited to be celebrating with La Loma and Enox next week as they take to the graduations. So that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you. Next speaker is Trustee Trustee Mejia.
Yes, I also got a short report. I did a lot of those comments, Trustee Messes. I do want to just recognize, we had a spy recognition luncheon, and I was just impressed. I mean, it was my first time going to one, and there's like the biggest amount of administrators and folks from the district of all the partnerships it's done with businesses, and just the recognition. It was just incredible to see how many businesses are supporting our students through just many different ways. So I really just appreciate it. It was great to see there was a line. We were like the biggest amount of people being recognized for contributing to our students' success. And so that was really amazing to see. The second thing, which was even top that, was a little even better than that, was we went to a reclassification. Students are reclassified as English-only students, which basically they had to go through a series of the LPAC test, plus other assessments, plus grade, a bunch of other things. And it was just amazing to see where Modesto High, and it was just a sea of students and parents, that were reclassified. So that was like a highlight of the last few months for me to see all the students. And I had the honor to put medals on them as they were reclassified and just starting their journey. So it was pretty amazing. It was a highlight for me. So I just wanted to say how proud, and I know I look forward to seeing more and more students every year through that process, which is fascinating to see. Thank you. That's it.
Now Trustee Daly.
I was actually privileged to attend the Modesto Teacher Association presentation of East of Salinas with teacher Oscar Ramos and a student that they followed, Jose was his name, who is now in college, although they did the documentary many years ago. It was amazing to watch the relationship that the teacher developed with the students, with the family even, but also to get the insight from the family's perspective in regards to, it's a little heartwarming, in regards to now I'm drawing a blank, the migrant families who go from location to location. Jose's stepfather had to go to Arizona for half the year, and so family stayed in Salinas, and stepdad went to Arizona. And so it's just really heartwarming to hear the story and to get a real good insight into the family to better understand the area that we come from is highly agriculture, and these families have specific needs. Then we were able to do a question and answer with Mr. Ramos in regards to some of the things that he's doing. There was a previous student of his that also graduated from Berkeley. So Mr. Ramos graduated from Berkeley. Jose is now at Berkeley, and the previous student who graduated from Berkeley. So that teacher really doing a lot, and them doing this documentary so that we could really better understand and see the value in these students and what they actually need.
Thank you. Next, Trustee Marks.
Thank you. Appreciate all the comments so far. Attended the spy luncheon as well. Was really impressed. We haven't had it in a while, so it was really exciting to be out there again and see all the other school districts and ours getting so many recognitions to the partners in education. I attended 2 open houses with Martone and Franklin, and the 6th grade at Martone was fabulous. It was just really fun. They had like a tour of a country, and you went and then you voted at the end. I don't know who won, but it was really fun. There were about 9 different countries that the students did, and you got to hear their presentations. It was just really an amazing event. So I haven't seen that before. Wow, most parents I've ever seen at an open house, and it was so nice for everybody to be back on campuses again and celebrating the school year in that way. I also attended the clergy council meeting with our own Linda Muma Solario, and it was so great. She shared some information on summer school lunches and summer programs. It went off really well with those that were in attendance with law enforcement there. And then the pastors, a lot of pastors at that. I also attended the National Day of Prayer event downtown with city and county and community leaders. It was really great to hear them just pray for our community and education and the different things that are going on in our community. And I went to the Heart Health. I was invited, and it's put on by the American Heart Association. One of our students got an award at it. Oh, that was a surprise to me. And it was a student from Sonoma, and he won an award for heart health for students. And what does that mean? And how can you, just how we can help our students take better care of their health and their heart as they grow. Like change out the sodas for water, do more exercising, move more, stop playing on your phones all the time, that kind of thing. But it was really good just to be there with so many wonderful people and hear stories about many women who had gone through horrendous heart issues this past year, and one of them was a teacher of ours. So it was really amazing to hear her story. And then I went to also another reclassification with Trustee Lopez at Modesto High School, and it's so great to see our students making such great progress and gains and so tiny, and being able to be reclassified in English in English. So that was really special. I attended also, it has been a really busy 3 weeks, I just have to tell you. May and June, I remember one of the new board members and I, we say, well, let's just tell our husbands we won't be around for a while because we're going to be gone at all these events on the beginning of the school year and the end of the school year because there's so much happening. But I just shortly, 2 things. CSBA Delegate Assembly, we met for dinner, and people from Mountain House and Lammersville and Stockton and Ripon, just all over this county. We represent 6 counties in Tuolumne, came together to share ideas and hear a budget and legislation from Sacramento. We had one of the Sacramento people come down to share with us. And lastly, attended the Parents Leading Change with our own Fallon Ferris, Mark Herbst, and David Hauk. So they did a fabulous presentation to parents in our community and community members on how they can help their students. And we actually heard one of the presentations I'm going to hear tonight. So I'm looking forward to hearing the whole presentation tonight for our students on the ICs. So I appreciate that. So thank you for your patience with me and my long report tonight.
Vice President Irvin.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Just like to report on a few things as well. As my colleagues mentioned, I was at the SPY recognition luncheon, and again, got a chance to see all the wonderful things that our staff members do in our schools out there and be recognized for going over and above the call of duty. Also went to the Ag Aware luncheon as well, and saw all of our FFA programs there, and got to hear a real good presentation about the future of agriculture. Also, the ribbon cutting ceremony at Tuolumne STEAM building. So now that Tuolumne is a K-8, they have an opportunity to actually have a full-fledged STEAM program over there: science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And so it was good to see that. Also attended the YEP Youth Empowerment Program over at Davis High School, and our students who are involved in that leadership program there, leadership development. Got a chance to meet with the students who are participating in going about leading change in our community. And also participated in Love Modesto. And the project that I chose was to repaint the lines at the basketball courts at Loma Park, Loma Park. That was interesting, trying to keep that paint straight, that spray paint straight. The older you get, to seem like, you're not as straight as you used to be, but we managed to get the lines painted correctly and accurately. And then also cleaning up the park there. So it was good to be a part of the Love Modesto initiative that's been going on for some years. So, and again, thank you. That's my report.
Next, Adolfo Lopez. Trustee Lopez.
Thank you very much. First off, I just want to congratulate and wish a happy Mother's Day to all the individuals in our community that are fortunate to be mother figures to to their family members or, you know, individuals that they've taken on as family, right? So we thank you for all the care that you have for your family members. Real quick, just as a lot was mentioned, I was so proud to be at the reclassification award ceremony. Just seeing those students happy to receive the award, happy to receive the medal, but just knowing that the great work that they've done and knowing that it's going to help and go a long way. We saw some students in the first grade, I want to say, right? So that was impressive, and that's what we want more of, right? The earlier we can have our students be reclassified, it gives them more of opportunity to shine even more in our school district and in their future. Lastly, I was fortunate to be a judge at the Cinco de Mayo parade in South Modesto with the South Modesto Business United group. It was amazing to see, you know, the culture, the individuals coming out and really celebrating. You know, you missed it last time we were here, Cinco de Mayo parade. We were here in the boardroom, so I hadn't been to one since COVID, right? So it was amazing to see community out and happy to highlight. I mean, one big highlight, we had Los Falcones, Ballet Folclórico Los Falcones out there. And as you know, they are celebrating the 25 years of having the Ballet Folclórico out of Fairview Elementary. So that was great to see them in the parade and really shining. I believe, in my book, their float was number one, but I don't know. We won't know the results. So thank you for those that invited me to be out there. And that's, you know, thank you for everyone for the year. It's been a great one. We're glad to be seeing a lot of you in the graduations in the next coming weeks. So have a nice summer for those that we won't be able to see.
Well, you've heard a smattering of lots and lots of different events. I even have a few more to add that haven't been mentioned yet. So I do want to give one last shout out for Love Modesto. Our own Fallon Ferris was one of the stars on the stage, emceeing that great community event downtown. Did a wonderful job, Fallon. And I also, my project for Love Modesto was working in a student garden at one of our campuses. So want to just give a shout out to all of the schools and the school employees that made our campuses available to the community for projects. And we want to do what we can to make sure that we can do as many Love Modesto projects at our campuses and beautify our campuses in any way that we can. So the Tuolumne event, I can't skip over that one. I'm sorry, I'm repeating something that someone else already said, but those ribbon cuttings and the dirt turning events that we have where we break ground for new opportunities really showcase the community's support for the district with our bond measures. And we express gratitude for the progress that we're able to make because the voters have given us that opportunity by supporting us with our bonds. So thank you again, public. Also, the Tournament of Talent. I have to tell you, the most difficult job I have ever had as a board member is serving as a judge at the Tournament of Talent. We have so many great talented students within our district that it's hard to say that 3 of them could win. But we had to do that difficult task. We have tremendous talent that was representing all of our high schools, and kudos to our student group that pulled that off, and just wonderful performances, great things from all of our kids. And also we had our Association of Stanislaus County School Boards dinner, which featured floral arrangements from by our high school, and our floral department also prepared a video by our public relations department, and that was presented at the dinner. Very well done, students, and those arrangements were sold and earned money to help support student opportunities within the county. Also, I attended the meeting of the Association of Stanislaus County School Boards, and at that meeting, we had a discussion with an attorney from CSBA, Chief Legal Counsel Bob Turk, and he talked to us about challenges with Title IX and the legal impacts within our districts. And there will be opportunities for us as board members to learn further about Title IX and those issues. There should be a presentation coming this fall through that organization. I think that's everything that I dare talk about now. Everything else has been presented. But busy month of May, and it just gets more exciting and more busyness as we approach graduations and promotions, and so much going on. Wish all of our students well, especially as you hunker down and get ready for finals, and we pray for you to do your very best. Thank you. So next on the agenda is item A7, our recognitions, and I'm going to turn the mic over to Mrs. Muma Solario, our Public Information Officer, for recognitions.
Thank you so much. Good evening, board trustees, Dr. Noguchi, and all of our families that are here tonight. This is one of my favorite times in the meeting because we get to recognize all of your hard work, all of our students' hard work, our teachers' hard work, and all of the hard work that our families put in as well. So tonight, we are celebrating an outstanding scholar, a Burbank Elementary School fourth grader, Jennifer Pacheco, for the character trait perseverance. So here to tell us about her nomination is classroom teacher Jennifer Filippini. And also here tonight in support is Principal Radhika Dinesh. And so let's have all three of you come on up and also face the audience, and we'll have you say a couple of words.
Good evening. Jennifer Pacheco came to my third grade class at Burbank Elementary as a new student speaking only Spanish. It was very difficult for her, not knowing the English language. I was assigned to teach fourth grade this year and had the opportunity to keep my students for a second year. What a privilege it has been to watch Jennifer bloom and grow as a student. Each day, Jennifer comes to school with a positive attitude. She listens, participates, and tries her best with everything we're working on, even when it's challenging. Jennifer even showed initiative by taking on a leadership role this year in our classroom for students with limited English or to help other students with struggles as well. She tries to make sure that all of the kids are following along and participating so that they can be successful as well. I have seen a huge transformation in Jennifer's confidence since last year, and I am so proud of her. It has been an honor to be a part of her educational journey, and she truly is deserving of this, to receive this award for character trait of perseverance.
Lopez.
We've got another one on the way right here. Okay, so next we will celebrate our MCS hero. Tonight we are recognizing an outstanding MCS staff member who was nominated as an MCS hero. So representing the Child Welfare and Attendance Office, David Hauk is here tonight to read the nomination for Juan Gonzalez. And we will invite some of Juan's supervisors up here as well. I see Roger Orth and a couple of others, I think. And then why on the mic to you?
Where's Roger?
Good evening, everybody. My name is David Hauk. I'm Senior Director of Child Welfare and Attendance. As stated earlier, my department did nominate one, specifically Miss Claudia Valencia. Claudia was unable to attend tonight, so I'm speaking on her behalf. She's written something very nice about one, but I want to start with always the sign of a great employee is not having to ask them to do anything. And when you, on the rare occasion that I do have to ask one to do anything, the answer is never, I'll see when I can get to that, or let me see when I have time. The answer is always, I'll get right on that. There's never a delay, there's never a sigh, it's always, I will get right on that. And from the very first day I started at district office 3 years ago, I was asking the people around me, who is that young man with the beard? He's an incredible employee, and we're very, very lucky to have him here with us. Juan was nominated as an MCS hero for his continuous hard work at the district office. Anytime the Child Welfare and Attendance Office calls or submits a work order, with as many ladies as I have in my office, that's frequent, he is quick to get our issues resolved. We appreciate his hard work and dedication to our district. He is always polite and professional. The communications office would also like to thank Juan for always going above and beyond, setting up for special events. Juan leads his team with enthusiasm and is a great example of, as Dr. Noguchi would say, making the magic happen here at the district office. He and his team are truly appreciated. Congratulations, Juan. Thank you.
Okay, and now for tonight's special recognition of Teacher of the Year nominees. So before I call all of our nominees' names, I would like to just have all 7 nominees make their way over to your right, my left, the wall along there. And then after you receive your certificate and shake hands with Dr. Noguchi and the board members that will be joining us here in just a moment, we will have you step outside to take a photo with the lovely Julia Nasi over here with the camera. So first off, I'd like to take a moment to tell you a little more about the Teacher of the Year program. The program is designed to pay special tribute to outstanding TK through 12 teachers in Stanislaus County, and to recognize that teachers face many challenges every day in their classrooms and in the community. The Teacher of the Year program is designed to promote public recognition and respect for the teaching profession, and also celebrate the exceptional work of positive role models who do a number of following things. Inspire all students to reach their highest academic potential and work to maximize their social and emotional development. Consistently support high expectations for learning and responsible behavior at school, as well as within the community. Approach teaching with creativity, enthusiasm, and a true appreciation for the individual differences among all students. And finally, who cultivate a lifelong interest in learning for all students. So the program is implemented with the involvement of local public and private schools within Stanislaus County and is administered by both the Modesto Rotary Club and also Stanislaus County Office of Education. So MCS had 3 nominees in the high school category and 4 nominees in the TK3 category. And before I announce our nominees and our winners, I would like to invite, Dr. Noguchi is here, we got all the board members in place, and we're ready to go. So first up, we have Michael Schilperut from Downey High School. Michael is from Downey High School, and he was named the 9 through 12 Teacher of the Year. So congratulations to Michael. Next, we have Brad Cornwell from Enox High School, who was also named as a finalist. Brad was named as a finalist in the 9 through 12 Teacher of the Year category as well, so congratulations to Brad. Next up, we have Janice Allen from Enslin Elementary. Janice was nominated as a TK through 3 Teacher of the Year. Next, we have Jennifer Filippini from Burbank Elementary. Jennifer was also nominated as the TK through 3 Teacher of the Year. We also have Kathy Presley. Kathy is from Shackelford Elementary and was nominated as a TK through 3 Teacher of the Year. We have Kim Stevens from Beard Elementary. Also a TK through 3 Teacher of the Year. And we have Kristen O'Brien from Elliott Alternative Education Center. And Kristen was nominated as a 9 through 12 Teacher of the Year. So congratulations to all of our nominees and winners. And before you leave, please make sure to make your way over to Julie. She's going to take a photo of you right outside the door. All right, perfect. Thanks so much.
We have lots of prime seating at the front of the room now, if anyone would like to move forward. All right, next we'll move on to item A8, the approval of our consent agenda. Are there any comments from the public regarding any of the items that are on our consent agenda this evening? Seeing none. Let's see. Dr. Noguchi, did you have an item that you wanted to pull from the consent?
I do, please. I want to pull D23, approval of service agreement between MCS and the University of Pacific. We actually have an incorrect funding source for that, so we'll bring it back at the next board meeting.
Okay, so
So pull D23.
D23 will be pulled from the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item D23? So a motion by trustee Marks. I see a second by trustee, our student board representative, Patel. Those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So next, we'll bring forward item A9, approval of the order of discussion or action. Dr. Noguchi?
Yes, I'd like to move in discussion B10. I'd like to pull B10 and move it up to 3A. Actually, B3A. Mr. Zerly is unable to attend the meeting today, and he had somebody come on his behalf, and I didn't want him to wait till the end of the board meeting, and it is a short item. So I request that B10, which is the public hearing and approval of resolution numbers 22-23-25 and 22-23 through 29 for support of applications requesting grant funding for new construction projects.
Great. Any other requests? Trustee Lopez?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure, is there any teacher out here that is possibly going to speak on behalf of Passport to Literature? Okay. So can we move Passport to Literature up to as a new B, 3A?
3B?
Yes.
Okay, so which item is that, please?
It's currently, oh, I had it right here in front of me.
So I have it. So we're going to move B9
Yeah.
to B3B.
Okay. Yes. And everything will move down sub.
Yep.
Alrighty, so we'll move that one. And I see that we have, based on the comment cards that I've received, large part of our audience here for the combo class discussion. And I would like to suggest that we move that forward in the agenda. And I'll need some help with just identifying.
It's currently B5.
It's currently B5.
So move B5 to B3C.
Yes, B3 is our crowded session right now. So
B3C.
B3C. So we're acknowledging that with the end of school year, we want to acknowledge the time that is spent by our teachers coming to meetings, and we know that with finals coming and everything else, we just want to let you know that we respect your time and want you to be able to not be here for a late meeting if we can help that. So we've got those three changes. Do we have a motion to accept the order of agenda with these changes? Motion by Trustee Mejia, second by Trustee Daly. I can't have the panel vision that I wish I could to see everything that's happening at once. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Those in favor? Aye. Thank you. And let me see if I have everything covered that we needed to. Okay, so next we're moving to the period for public presentation. I have several cards, and let me see how many we have. All right, we have 10 cards that were not related to specific agenda items. So if you did fill out a card and it falls on the agenda, we're going to ask you to make your comments at that time. So I have 10 cards, and each speaker, as I call your name, please come to the podium and address the board, and please identify yourself. And you'll have a total of 3 minutes to make your presentation. So the first person who's going to present to us tonight is Blake Mitten. Mr. Mitten, please come forward.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for the time. And actually, before I start, I wanted to thank Trustee Daly for attending the MTA and CTA Regional, the presentation that was put on for East of Salinas. The equity team for the CTA Regional and MTA put a lot of work into that, so we definitely appreciate your attendance. And Trustee Irvin, I was walking in Dry Creek Park today, and I saw your painted basket, and it looked great. It was straight. Anyway, I'm here to talk about we've heard that and I don't think it's, out of any sort of ill will or anything, but the auto program isn't going to be continuing next year at Modesto High School, with the possibility that it may come back in the future with some other scenario. And I've got a lot of, concerns about that. I've been at Modesto High for a long time. And, and I just recently switched positions myself from being a resource teacher of 29 years to being a G230 Academy teacher. And they had to backfill my position before I started the new one. And it took them, I think they had to relist it a couple of times. It's a hard time to find teachers right now. And I think that is one of the issues with the auto program. But I would encourage, a revisiting of that. For a lot of our kids at Modesto High School, we've got a lot of second language learners who just really struggle to get through the day. They're sitting there, picture the day of this, say a sophomore, and they're there and they're taking college prep biology, college prep geometry, English, world history. And for many of them, that period where they get to go and do auto, that's that period of the day where they can feel pride, they can feel connection to a future that feels authentic to them. And so, I think it's really, really would be a big loss to our site. And so I would just encourage, if we have the ability to bring some heads together and try to get creative about that. I've seen them, and I know before, COVID affected everything, but before COVID, they did some amazing work. They did, where the instructor actually built up cars that they used in the demolition derby at the county fair. And these kids would show up back after school to just, help, do stuff. And they wanted to be in sight. They learned discipline. The course had rigor. They had to really, learn a lot of safety and measurements and a lot of, really authentic skills that, apply to life. And in a school where we've got IB and AVID and all these great programs, it gave them a real sense of belonging to our site. And so just, again, and I don't think it's anybody's intention to, I don't think anybody sought out to let's get rid of that program. But I think that I would just encourage us, if we can, to revisit that and maybe get creative and try to find a way to continue that.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Avila.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Avila, and I teach culinary arts at Modesto High. You may or may not be aware that automotive classes have been a staple at Modesto High for decades. These classes were discontinued in 2012 and returned in 2017 when Kent Hammonds joined our staff after the district spent approximately $250,000 to $300,000 to refurbish the auto shop. Mr. Hammonds is retiring this year, and we were told his teaching position would not be refilled. This is surprising because there has been a huge CTE pathways push in the past few years. Mr. Hammonds attended the career fair at Mark Twain in November and also the massive event at the DoubleTree in January where all incoming 8th graders to MCS saw which programs are offered at our 912 schools. 183 incoming and current Modesto High students balloted to take auto shop as one of their first 3 elective choices. 31 of those are incoming freshmen. 34 are returning students for pathway classes, all as their first choice. What classes will these students have to take the place of auto shop? Most likely, it will be one that is lower and even far lower on their list of wanted electives, which will have a great impact on our students' education. 13 years ago, we offered not only auto shop, but wood shop and electronics as well. Wood shop is still going strong, but electronics has been gone since 2011. I leave you with this question. Is it possible to repost the job opening and have a commitment from MCS to hire a qualified candidate to fill the position for the upcoming school year? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Amy Leach.
Good evening, I'm Amy Leach. I teach English at Modesto High School. I didn't know I was going to speak, so I'm sorry I'm not so dressed up. I walked in here and I said, can you read this? I am reading on a letter on behalf of a student named Alessandro Romero about the auto shop at Modesto High School, and he writes, good evening, my name is Alessandro Romero. I am a senior that attends Modesto High School. I am writing this because I heard that they are going to discontinue the mechanics program at my school. And honestly, I think that's a bad idea because many students enjoy and learn a lot from this class. I took mechanics my freshman year of high school. The only reason why I didn't take it again is because I couldn't fit it into my schedule. But I learned a lot from the one semester I had it, and I enjoyed it a lot. In the one semester that I took, I learned about all the tools, how to unscrew a bolt, how to jack up a car, how to change a tire, how to rotate a tire, temporary patch up a tire, how to change the oil in a car, the different types of oil, how to take out a motor, how to weld, and many more. Mr. Hammonds would always make sure that we knew the basics, so if we ever got stranded on the road, we knew what to do. The class was very useful, and many students enjoy it too, because they went to have a career in this field of work. I think taking out the program is a huge mistake because it's taking away opportunities from other students. And I just want to say, as an English teacher, I 100% agree with his letter, and a lot of students don't come to school to listen to me teach Romeo and Juliet. They come to school because they want to take these classes. It means everything to them. So please, it would be greatly appreciated if you guys could look into fixing this, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope I'm not going to butcher this next name. Please help me out. Kaylee, is it Romanter? Romanter, okay.
Why did I take that up here? Okay, sorry, I just took a clip here. Okay. Hi, my name is Kaylee Romander, and I am a freshman at Grace Davis High School, and I'm here to talk about bullying. So I'm going to start it off with my story. In the 8th grade, I came out as queer, part of the LGBTQ+ community, and I did not know it at the time, but doing something that I thought would make me so happy and expand opportunities in my life brought me so much pain. I was bullied. I've been called names, excluded, and left out to the point where I would starve myself at points. I isolated myself, and I self-harmed to the point where I still have the scars today. Since then, I have gone to therapy, and I am doing so much better now. But even with going to therapy, went into high school still feeling like I was alone. I didn't have a place to fit in. Even people in my friend groups couldn't connect me on that level. So I've been talking to my friends, and I tried to find clubs that I could go into. And through connecting with one of my fellow freshmen, I found speech and debate. And at the time, the program was so small that there was probably only 2 or 3 full-time participating members. Once I joined the program, not to pat myself on the back or anything, but my first 3 rounds, I won first place at JV level. They moved me up to varsity my freshman year, and we've expanded the program to probably 15 members now, which, I mean, is massive from the first start. But I just wonder, if I hadn't found speech and debate, where I would be now, how many opportunities I would not have gotten. Because since starting my freshman year, I found, through speech and debate, scholarship opportunities, made powerful connections that are gonna help me get through high school, find more scholarship opportunities, get to college. And I just wonder how many other kids are not getting what they need, are not finding these opportunities because we are not advertising them enough. I had to find out through a friend of a friend to find speech and debate, something that I truly, really do enjoy. And yet, most people aren't even as social as I am. So I think that we really need to, I think that is imperative, that we continue to fund and find the people to run these programs, to run Auto Shop, to run speech and debate, and really try and promote these to other people. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lilia Gonzalez. I don't see Lilia. I'm sorry? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Ronaldo Rucker.
Good day, board members. Hope all is well. It's good to speak to you today, May 15th, on my 44th birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. So I do want to just commend Kaylee for speaking. I'm the speech and debate advisor at Davis High School, and it was just so great that she found that space. It was great that I was able to advise that space. We haven't had a club in over 10 years, and there's a real problem on creating nurturing spaces for our young people. But I did want to follow up on behalf of self, students, and parents regarding board policy BP 5145.9, which addresses hate-motivated behavior. But does it? And how does it? How does this policy address hate-motivated behavior? It discusses the board's desire to do so, but what has that desire actually created as far as action to date? When presented at the November 21st board meeting last year, another educator stated that hate-motivated behavior should not be tolerated. Regarding hate speech, I mentioned the following on that day. Our students are not given the tools to circumvent. I'm starting not to feel safe and cannot continue to use personal time for self-care in this toxic environment. All students and staff are subjugated to this culture in our schools. Cindy Marks stated it best: "We are being attacked by words." She went on to quote a consultant when addressing the rights and protections for everyone. The quote stated, "A society is only as just and free as it is respectful of this right for its smallest minorities and least popular communities." She went on to state that she has the desire to guard the rights of the least of these. And Cindy Marks then got emotional. And I truly respect board member Marks and her passion. However, desire is not enough. Tears are not enough. Where is the action to address this specifically? What has been done since this meeting, because no answers were given then? We have students scared to go to class and are going on independent study because they don't have the support and know how to speak up, just like Kaylee was able to do so. When they do speak up, it only makes the situation worse because nothing is done to rectify the situation by the school district and school sites. Families then try to handle themselves and end up getting suspended themselves, or worse, the law has to get involved. When students come to school, they should be learning positive behaviors and skills, but that is not the case always. Sports and clubs do not have adequate support to help remedy the creation of nurturing spaces. That's what Kaylee was speaking to, and luckily she found that space. This is where students build self-esteem to project positive behaviors, model it, and demand it for themselves. Students' mental health deteriorates, and the consequences of that is extremely damaging to the individual and the space that the individual is forced to participate in, which is school. I can go on, and that's my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pamela LaChapelle.
Thank you. I am a substitute teacher for Modesto City Schools, and I cover from pre-K to high school, all the way to 12th grade. I do a lot of special ed, and that is what I want to talk to you about today. We have a serious shortage of paraprofessionals. Just recently, I covered a class with an enrollment of 20 seriously disabled students. They were pre-K. They were mostly needing diapering. 2 of them were without eyesight, and several of them were either biters, hitters, pinchers, or all of the above. Virtually all of them needed diapering. I should actually point that out. We had no one-on-one paras available because we had so many students. The day I was there, we had 12 students, but generally we could have as many as 20. How many paraprofessionals do you think there were in that class? 5. Think about the danger in terms of how we keep kids from biting other children or keep kids from falling and injuring themselves when we've got 2 who are without eyesight and neither of them have a one-on-one para available. If we have a paraprofessional who needs a mental health day or is sick or has an appointment, we can't get substitute paraprofessionals. They are not there. We can't even fill the classrooms with the paraprofessionals that are needed, let alone substitutes to back them up. So I can go into a high school class oftentimes where there is no para. There are teachers who have had the majority of their school year without a paraprofessional helping them. The only way that I see we can solve this is we need to do a better job of compensating our paraprofessionals. They are seriously, they are the backbone of every special ed class, and their value needs to be recognized by the district. Paras, teachers, and students are all suffering for this. I hope that you will give careful consideration to granting a significant pay increase so that we can attract badly needed, qualified people to fill this vital role and raise the morale of our teachers and paras. Supporting paras is supporting teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dwayne Heinrich.
Good evening, President Brown, members of the board. My name is Dwayne Heinrich. I live in Wood Colony community of Modesto. I attended Hart Ransom School as well as Modesto High School. I want to thank you for this opportunity to be heard tonight. Also want to thank each of you as elected officials for the time and commitment and hard work that you do. I know that it can be a tough job. I've been in your seat, having served 2 terms on the Hart Ransom School Board. But I come before you tonight as a grandpa whose heart is breaking. When my granddaughter came home from Bayer High School and said a boy is stripping down in the girls' locker room for PE. At the last board meeting, I listened to 7 people speak regarding their concern for the safety of transgenders. I ask you, where is the safety for my granddaughter and other girls when a boy is stripping down for PE in the girls' locker room? Are the parents being notified that boys may be stripping down in the girls' locker room? That boys may be coming into and using the girls' restroom? Would you have it that moms and dads be kept in the dark about what's going on at school? What is this type of activity saying to our young students and our future generation of leaders? At home, my granddaughter is not allowed to change in front of her 3 brothers, but the school expects her to change in front of a strange boy and feel safe. You, as a governing board, have an opportunity to correct these issues. I'm asking you tonight to take immediate action to stop this unsafe, unhealthy, terrible, lewd activity. If you remember one thing from this board meeting tonight, when you go home and you lay your head on your pillow, you visualize a boy stripping down in the locker room in front of my granddaughter and the negative impact and consequences. Ask yourself, are you really okay with this? May God help us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charles, I believe it's Jostad.
Good evening. I'm here as a parent, as a grandfather, as a retired former teacher, and I'm here to speak against the policy which Dwayne Heinrich spoke of just a moment ago. A policy of allowing boys to pretend to be girls and therefore have the freedom to dress and undress in a girl's locker room. In a scope of words, it's unrealistic. It is also indecent. It is illogical, against normal thinking. It's against nature, and it's against God, and it's against the anatomy of both genders. It's humbling and humiliating to young girls, as Dwayne was talking about, and to me others who might be out there. It's also against the rights of privacy. We know what a concern that is in our community and our world today. I protest the allowed policy, and I urge you to be courageous, to stand for truth, not fantasy, and to stand and act against this policy, because parents will support you. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is David Eck.
Thank you, Board, for letting me come up here this evening. I wanted to say to start with, I appreciate this young lady, Katie Lee's courage and her speaking ability. That's pretty awesome. So thank you. Thank you for speaking this evening. But anyway, thank you again for giving me this time. Lately, I've heard through YouTube, news, all kind of different sources about this strange stuff that's going around in the schools around our country. And I was thinking, hopefully it hasn't hit Modesto. I found out this evening that it has. I was just going to say, as a concerned citizen, if it does, I say, if it does reach Modesto, and you want to help students, I would say accommodating someone with a body dysmorphia, gender dysmorphia, things like that. just helping them, go through that. Like if it's a person with anorexia, we don't say, okay, you got some anorexia, let's get you some liposuction, because they think they're fat. That's not healthy. You get them counseling. If a person's cutting themselves, we don't say, okay, what you need is a butcher knife. We get them counseling. I was looking up, going through this evening, gender dysmorphia. Let me see if I can find it here. It says, a state of severe distress, unhappiness caused by a feeling that one's gender identity doesn't match one's sex or registered birth. Providing access to bathrooms, locker rooms, changing because they think they would rather be a opposite sex of what they were born with, that's not the way to do it. They need counseling, they need therapy. If they're gonna be productive, healthy, happy citizens in the future, have a positive future, spend some money on more counselors to help these children make their way through. Not just say, yeah, that's right, we need to accommodate whatever you identify with. That's not help. I think it's just the wrong way to approach it. Thank you.
You. We appreciate all that have spoken to us tonight, and again, we cannot engage in discussion or take formal action on items that are not on the agenda. We thank you for following the protocol and addressing the board, and for taking the time to share your views with us this evening. We're now moving to item B1, which is the Student Board Representative report. And I'm sad to announce that this will be the final board meeting for our student representative, Dara Patel. And I would like to just take this opportunity, Dara, to thank you for your service as an active participating member of this board. Now, when the rest of us are elected to a position on the board, we have 4 years term to get used to it. And we spend typically that first year observing and learning so that we can be productive and participatory. But as a student board representative, you're expected to jump in, and you did it at a sprint. And you have done an exceptional job representing all of the students within our district. And you have been focused particularly on making sure that students' voice has been heard. And I want you to know, Dara, that you have done not only an amazing job, but you have done an exceptional job at making sure that that voice is heard. You've done productions yourself, and you have worked with the student advisory groups to make sure that they're well represented, and that students that typically have not been involved have been able to participate on the Inter-High Council, and you have been inclusive and not exclusive. And you are leaving a gaping hole as you walk away from this stand. We respect your voice, we respect your vote, and we appreciate all that you have done to represent the students. I'd like to take some time and allow other board members to share their thoughts tonight as you depart. Trustee Lopez, somehow you're identified by first name on the screen here, Adolfo.
I don't know.
So, but Trustee Lopez, would you like to go first?
I would. I mean, what can I say, Dara? It's been a pleasure getting to know you over the last year. I like to mention that I was present when you were elected onto the board, and being in that interview process, you were the first one. So there was you plus 9 others. And one of the things that I made sure that I felt like that I let the other students that were in the room, I'm like, take diligent notes, because it's going to be important that we give that fair chance to the first one as to the ninth one, because in a lot of things, whatever's last on our mind will be fresher. We'll know, it'll make more of an impression, right? And so you walked in and you handled that on your own. Like, I don't think that it was it was hard for you to not leave an impression, even though you were the first one, because after the other nine, which all did a great job, your name was still pretty relevant to the other students in the room. So, and it was a good indication that we had chosen the right candidate to be on here. As President Brown mentions, you know, you've been focused and you've worked hard on student voice, and I don't think it's a coincidence that last board meeting we had a great number of student survey response, and it was highlighted in multiple places of how, you know, that's what we're looking for, and we were able to get that. And it's not a mistake, or it's not an accident. We didn't just fall upon it. It's of your constant work to get us there. So I really appreciate you being on here, bringing your input, bringing the input of our students, and being really one of us. I think that you know, you bring as much insight as the other 7 members, and so it's been a pleasure and a true honor to call you a colleague of ours. And you know, we hear that you're gonna go give some prestige over to Harvard, so we look forward to the great things that we'll be seeing from you in the future.
Next up, Vice President Irvin.
Yes, Dara. Man, what could you say? I could be up here for the rest of the board meeting till 10 o'clock talking about your contributions, your passions, your actions as the student representative to the board. I am going to piggyback on what Trustee Lopez said. You've been more like a colleague than a student, and so to get your advice, to get your insight, to get your knowledge, and gain all of that from you over this last year, you have really turned student voice into student action. And we see that with your passion. You have in the military what we call grit, you know, and we see that in you, and it doesn't come out like it's antagonistic anything. It comes out as how you want it to come out. You know, you get things done. And so on behalf of the students, they should be really, really proud of your advocacy, your steadfastness, and your insight to their needs, you know, and their wants. So it's really was a joy watching you in action. You know, it's like, man, you know, she gets it done, you know, and that's what you want to see. So we know you've got it done here. We know that when you head to Harvard, that you would do the same thing there. And it's a pleasure to know that Harvard should know that you are a product of Modesto. And so we really appreciate you. You know, you got big shoes to fill. That person's coming in that's going to fill your shoes. But the only place for them to go is up. And so, again, appreciate you. Don't give up. Don't let up. Keep moving. And thank you, thank you, thank you.
Trustee Maestas.
Thanks. I feel like we all race to put the request to speak because we all want to say something, and then I know at the end we're going, oh, everything's been said. But honestly, I think we could keep going and say more and more and more things for hours, just like Vice President Irvin said. I just want to highlight a couple things that I've been just extremely impressed. You're a Lakewood alumni. That's where my kids are going, and it's just every meeting you've impressed me with your knowledge, your research, your willingness to stay here even when it's 9 o'clock and you have finals and things to take care of, and your commitment and your leadership. So I'm really looking forward to hearing about your leadership that you take to Harvard, like Vice President Irvin's saying. You know, this year, we're on the agenda today. There's an item on here that we're going to be voting on that's basically going to stamp your legacy on all of Modesto City Schools. So that's just phenomenal. You get to leave with a stamp on the entire district, and that just says a lot about your initiative on student voice and really getting us to listen too, because we know that there's students out there that want to participate in the system, that want to be involved and want to have agency in the schools that they go to. And I know that when we went to CSBA, there was a session on student voice. I think all of us were like, hey, we got to go to that one. And it was really because we're thinking, Dara really wants us to think about student voice this year. And so you've raised that to a level that it was really, really resonating in all of our minds about what we need to do to hear from students. And I look forward to stamping that legacy for you, and I look forward to continuing that work of student voice that you've set in motion this year. So I want to thank you for all of that work that you've put in, and just congratulate you on this year, and again, look forward to hearing what you, just the change that you make in this world.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I think it gets harder and harder as the time goes. But I just want to say, first, thank you to you, but also thank you to your family, because I know, the trees produce the fruit, right? And so I know I got a chance to meet your mom, and I know that it's a clear representation of you. So I want to also, thank the family for what we see. I'm sure a lot has to do with what you have taken from home. Besides that, what can I say that hasn't been said already? I'm thankful for always grounding us and having a voice that just cuts through this room on your words of wisdom. I wish one day I will be as wise as you in some of these words you say, and 3 times your age probably. But I just want to say thank you for that. Keep bringing the authentic voice and bringing those folks that don't have a voice, and you give them a voice here. That was to me just impressive. It was an honor sitting next to you and sharing this dais with you. So I'm just honored, and I just hope to be reading lots and lots of things that you will be doing in the future. So, and articles and things that will be spoken about you, and hopefully one day you'll be sitting here representing the students and those voices yourself here as a board member. So thank you for everything you have done for us.
It has absolutely been a pleasure listening to you and seeing your perspective on things. You really deserve to be proud of yourself and what you have accomplished. Moving forward, I want to encourage you to hold your head high, knowing that you come from the Central Valley, as some place that is so rich and diverse, and going to some place like Harvard. Your parents also deserve to be extremely proud, and like everybody else, I am looking forward to seeing what you have for us in the future.
Trustee Marks?
Yes, it's been a great year with you this year, and serving with you and hearing your perspective, as has already been said, but you express yourself so well and bring the perspective of the students with you, and you listen to them, and you're very eloquent when you speak, and I just appreciate how you brought so many students together You've listened to them too, to bring that voice into our school board meeting. And so I just want to thank you for the time that you spent. I could tell that you came from a home that's hardworking, and that hardworking motivation came with you from them and was stated. I thought that was really cool because I was thinking, oh, your parents, I could tell they have that. They're so proud of you and the work that you've done, and that they've taught you to do things with excellence, and that's what you've done. So I just want to thank you for the year that we've had with you, and I congratulate you on your successes at Harvard.
And Dr. Noguchi.
And I will round it out. I'm not going to repeat the things that have already been said. I can say it has been an absolute honor to meet with you every 2 weeks as we look and learn about the upcoming the board meeting. Something that you all don't know, that while she is a great advocate for student voice, she is also relentless. There were things that she asked for back in August that she still is asking about. She never lets things slide or fall under the carpet, and that is an incredible skill to have, because you're relentless. You're a quiet leader, but yet you are a leader and you have people follow you. And so I am confident that you are going to be very successful in your future endeavors, not only school, but in your career. It has been an absolute honor getting to know you. You will also see a board policy that's going to be coming back at the next board meeting, because we didn't get it on this board meeting, but that's also going to have her stamp, and it's the student board rep bylaw. And so I will represent that for her, but there's definitely some significant changes she's looking for, so you'll have to tune in to see if those actually landed, and hopefully I represent you well. With that, the last thing I want to say is the videos that you put together, you are an absolute natural. I recently just asked her to do yet another video, and that is, how do you apply for a student board rep position? What does it entail? How do you apply? And then how do you prepare for the interview? And so that's going to be one of your legacies also next year when it flies out to hundreds of other students across this district, because you certainly have been successful in it, and you're going to be a great role model. And we're also going to see another video tonight with you. So thank you, and I look forward to hearing from you.
So Dara, I'd like to have you come down to the poster for a photo, and I'd like to invite the whole board to come down for that picture. While everybody's gathering, I just have to say, I have enjoyed just as much hearing all the wonderful things about Dara as I have looking into her mother's eyes with the pride that she is expressing in her accomplishments. Well, I'll just do it right here. In recognition for outstanding service to Modesto City Schools as student representative to the Board of Education, and for helping to foster and maintain positive and clear communication between the Board of Education and district students, this award is presented to Dara Patel, student representative to the Board of Education 2022 through 2023. By board members and district staff on May 15th, 2023.
Now it is my turn. I don't know how I can top all of that. But thank you so much to the board and Dr. Noguchi for all of the kind words. I truly could not have been accustomed to this position, nor have gotten so much action been put in place without the help of the board and Dr. Noguchi and all of the district officials, really, that kept answering my questions and kept letting me progress forward. I will say that this is a bittersweet moment. Sweet because this is a new stepping stone, a new era in which our new student board member will be coming and sitting here. But bitter because it's still hard for me to process, even though this is the last meeting, that this is the last meeting. It's because I've truly enjoyed serving the tens of thousands of students that we have here in Modesto City Schools. It's truly been an honor and a privilege, and it's been probably the best highlight of high school ever. I truly have loved being able to sit here and come here to all of the meetings, provide my input, see what students think from our meetings, the reports that are presented. And it's been, I can't even describe it in words. It's been just the most great, like, it's been the greatest privilege, I think, that I've been able to sit here on the board. I wanted to add this in, but if anyone asked me this year how I thought of this position, I told them that it was like my little baby because I treated it with so much seriousness and care, and it was my little baby. However, I wanted to add that through the board and through the district officials, I not only was able to sit here and provide my input, but I also gained a lot from the input that you guys provided. I grew because of the lessons I've learned from each of you and the district officials, and I've learned in our society that we can have civil discussions, and we will agree to disagree at some times, but the important thing is that we all continue to respect one another, and that is what I've been truly being able to experience sitting here on this board. So I still have a little bit to report from the inner high and things that I've done this past month. So this is how I'll structure it. I'll give out my report, I'll introduce the next student board member, and then we'll have the video at the end. But just for my report, for inner high, most of the schools are still wrapping up their end of year activities. Most of the schools have had prom and have had a blast doing that. This past month, I was able to attend the annual school boards dinner and thought it was a very interesting event, being able to see the board members outside of this room, and also being able to hear the speaker on autism awareness and also adult education, going back to school. I also had the pleasure of being able to attend the Tournament of Talent. When I saw how many participants there were, I was truly amazed. I mean, I could never do what Dr. Noguchi and President Brown did, judging all of those students because of the talent that they truly showcased in that Tournament of Talent performance. But it just shows us how truly impressive our students are. And each school was asked to perform a skit by their leadership classes, and they were pretty creative. They were very humorous and comedic, but they were also very creative in showcasing our MCS character traits. This past month, I also had the pleasure of inviting Dr. Noguchi and Mr. Tim Zerley to Modesto High School Student Senate meeting. Within that meeting, we discussed the restroom conditions, both at Modesto High and other high school restroom facilities. We also discussed the growing concerns of vaping in the restroom with students' accessibility to the restroom. I'm happy to report that after the Student Senate meeting, students can see changes coming at their facilities as staff and other district officials are working towards implementing solutions that will better benefit our student population. And I've already seen change because at Modesto High, it's like a whole different world. I mean, the bathrooms were quicker, there was less disruptions, less vaping. It was pretty good to see. Now, I came to the board with 3 goals in mind. 1, to close the achievement gap, 2, to increase student voice, and 3, to bring a light to mental health programs and student support for our students. But the work is still not done. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our new student board member, Jifa Akwai. Jifa is currently a junior attending Modesto High School. She's in the International Baccalaureate program and is involved in a variety of activities. Most notably, Jifa serves as the president of the National Alliance on Mental Illness Club, Black Student Union Secretary, and participates in mock trial and speech and debate. Jifa is very outspoken and truly passionate about serving the needs of our student population, and I couldn't think of a better person to hand off this position to. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Akwai to the podium to share a few words.
Hello, evening to the Board of Trustees and Dr. Noguchi. My name is Jufat Akwai, and I'd like to begin by thanking you all for extending this position to Modesto City School students and ensuring that our voices are heard in the policies that you create. I'm honored and excited to work with you and Modesto City School students in the upcoming school year. It is my goal to help create equitable learning experiences for students across the district, which is why I am focused on expanding awareness and resources for higher education and career paths while improving campus equity and school safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Jifa. Now, lastly, I just want to end my report with a few thanks. Thank you to Mrs. Chambers in the back for always helping me with everything. Ever since I came on the board, yes, exactly. Ever since I came on the board, she organized trainings, one-on-ones with Dr. Noguchi, everything, you name it. She's always made sure I never went home hungry from a board meeting. And Mrs. Chambers, I'm so grateful for everything you do. There's no amount of words that could ever express my gratitude to you in helping me get adjusted in this role. Thank you to Mrs. Schroyer, Ms. Ferris, and Mr. Herbst. Without them, I would not be able to provide the board with as much student voice as I've been able to this past year, especially with those video projections and student surveys. Thank you to Dr. Noguchi and the board for always being so supportive and hearing the concerns of students through my voice. And lastly, I'd like to thank Modesto City Schools as a whole. I've been a Modesto City Schools student for quite some time, and I attended Lakewood Elementary School, and now Modesto High School. Without the enrichment and advancement programs Modesto City Schools offers, as students in excelling at their goals, I truly believe I wouldn't be able to be here today. If I could leave something with all students, it's just to keep using their voice, the power that their voice and their words and the magnitude that is carried through them. It has a lot of weight. They can truly make change by using their voice. And if I could tell them anything, it's just to encourage them to keep using their voice because true change will come if they keep persevering. One more thing. To end, I'd like to show my most recent form of student voice, a video about mental health awareness. Hello, Modesto City School students. It's Dara Patel, your student board representative. Can you believe it's already May? This school year has truly flown by. Did you also know that May is Mental Health Awareness Month? While it was first recognized in 1949, it has never been more pertinent than now to recognize the role mental health plays in our overall well-being. As we wrap up the school year with AP, IB, and state testing, I know a lot of us are dealing with the stresses of performing well. When studying or in between exams, let's remember a few key practices that can help us stay focused and reduce the amount of stress we're under. Number 1, stay in the present moment. Focus on your 5 senses to prevent being caught up in your head. See what you can smell, see, hear, taste, and feel. Number 2, spend some time being quiet. Sit comfortably and focus on your breathing as long as you can. If you find yourself thinking of something other than your breath, just gently come back to focusing on your breath. No phones, laptops, or devices. Number 3, gratitude. Start a journal listing things that you are grateful for. Focus on that rather than what is going on in the world. Number 4, limit screen time. Put away the phone for a little bit. Sometimes spending too much time on it can distract us. Number 5, let go. This may be a good time to let go of any bad feeling you may have towards someone. And number 6, stay healthy. Be sure to get healthy food and get exercise. Go for a walk and get proper sleep. So, in an effort to ensure each of you are aware of the resources Modesto City Schools has to offer around your mental health, I am here to share some support. Number 1, if you are having a hard time making it through the day, but are not in crisis or need a caring listener to provide effective feedback, there are multiple people you can reach out to for free. Reach out to a counselor or a trusted adult to gain access to your school's student assistance specialists. Every single Modesto City Schools campus offers these services. Stanislaus Behavior Health offers warm line services that are available 24/7 at 209-558-4600. Warmline services are a non-emergency resource for anyone needing mental and emotional support. Number 2, the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is available 24/7 via text and phone call at 988. They are committed to supporting anyone that is in emotional distress or suicidal crisis. Number 3, we have our own MCS Social Emotional Learning, SEL resource website, where you can find an abundance of social emotional resources, tools, and practices. To find this, search Modesto City Schools Social Emotional Support in your Google bar. This year, I really want us to encourage everyone to focus on supporting and being there for one another. You never know what your peers, teachers, and others are going through. Be kind to one another, show support for one another, and remember, we are all part of this Modesto City Schools family. To conclude, I am Dara Patel, your student board representative. It has been an honor and a privilege to be able to represent all of your voices on the Board of Education this year. Remember to continue to use your voice to implement changes here at school and in the community. Enjoy the rest of the school year and have a great summer vacation. And that concludes my final board report.
Well done, Dara. And Zifa, welcome to the board. As I mentioned before, it was so much fun watching Dara's mom and catching her eye. I've had almost as much fun watching your parents, Zifa, and the pride that they have knowing that you will be taking a seat here with us on the board. So welcome. Modesto, you're in good hands. What great young people we have who are taking leadership roles in our schools. And we're very fortunate to be able to have this position of student board representative on our board. Not every board has this. And I'm really pleased with what we have been able to learn and grow from through the experience of our student representatives over the years. Next, we're moving to item B2, Modesto Teachers Association report. Do we have a presentation tonight?
We do. Good evening, board members and Dr. Noguchi. I am Daryl James. I'm the first vice president for MTA, and I'm here to do the report tonight. And the report we're giving is one on our student scholarships that we give every year. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about those. Every year we award $1,000 scholarships, and this year we awarded 16 of them to students in our district and in 3 categories. So I'd like to read those categories to you and read just real quick about the student, where they're going and what they're doing, and we'll get through this quickly. The first scholarship is the Cecil Kerfman scholarship, who is from a social science teacher named Cecil Kerfman at La Loma. And this scholarship is awarded to sons and daughters of MTA members who demonstrate excellence during their high school career. We get one, during their high school, and basically it's based on their academic and activities and the things that they do during school. And so we awarded 7 of these this year. One of them went to Olivia Bybee at Davis, and she's headed to CSU Chico to study nursing. Next one was Gabriela Elizondo from Gregori, and she's headed to San Diego State in physical therapy. Ian McCarthy from Enox, and he's headed to Cal Poly in architecture. Raj Rai from Modesto High, he's headed to UOP to study medicine. Holly Reese, another one from Enox, she's headed, starting at MJC and headed into occupational therapy. Carolyn Roseman from Bayer, she's headed to Cal Poly to study environmental management. I kind of like the science angle there. And Jordan Williams from Enox, who's headed to MJC to study nursing. So those are the ones for the Cecil Kerfman. The second group, or the second scholarship that we gave out, was the John Walther Teaching Scholarship. And this is from John Walther, who was an English teacher at Downey High. And this is awarded one per high school. And in order to qualify for this award, the students have to want to be a teacher. So here we go, folks. These are the ones that are coming, okay?
Bring 'em back.
I was a little depressed because none of them happened to be science this year, but we'll let it slide, okay? The first one, the Bayer recipient, was Mia Worthen. She's headed to Lipscomb University, and she's going to be an elementary ed teacher. Next one was Javier Castaneda from Davis, and he's headed to UCLA to be a history teacher. The next one was James Swanson from Downey, headed to Fresno State, another history teacher. Next one is Candence Gregory Pearson from Enox, headed to UC Davis to be a history teacher. Riley McCain from Gregory, headed to BYU to study elementary ed and be an elementary ed teacher. Cassandra Delgado from Modesto High is headed to UC San Diego, and she wants to start out in elementary ed and then head on up to high school to teach English. So she's going to do the whole K-12 thing. So I think that's awesome. Our last recipient, our last scholarship is the Frank Vandervoort Scholarship, which is fairly new. Some of you on the board may remember Frank. He was the president and executive director of MTA. And to qualify for this scholarship, you have to have high academics and strong school activities, as well as your parents have to be very active in MTA. And so we chose 3 people for this award this year. Gabriela Elizondo at Gregory, who's headed to San Diego State in physical therapy. Lucas Mandrigal from Modesto High, who's headed to Stan State to study psychology. And Jordan Williams, who's headed to MJC and headed to nursing. Now, all of these individuals were put together by our communications committee who worked with the Modesto Bee and put up a pretty big page-long spread. You may have seen it. It was in the Mother's Day Modesto Bee. It will come back again June 11th. So if you catch the Modesto Bee, you'll see the full page ad in there. It is also on, for those of you that are really techie, it's also on a Facebook blast with Modesto Bee that's running now. So I'm sure more people know about that than I do, but there you go, it's a Facebook blast. So if you would like to see that, but MTA, we love our students and we're happy that they're here, and all of these students are great individuals that are coming from our district, and we wish them the best as they move forward. Thank you.
Mr. James. Item B3, do we have a representative from CSEA for a report? Seeing none, we'll now move to what was item B10, which is now item B3A, which is a public hearing. And let me announce it appropriately. This is a public hearing and approval of resolutions number 2223 through 25 and 2223 through 29 for support of applications requesting grant funding for new construction projects. Mr. Waltersdorf.
Good evening, Board President Brown, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Noguchi, and her cabinet. Dwayne Waltersdorf, I'm a director in the business services. We, as you're well aware of, we are in the process of doing lots of planning and constructing of projects for the elementary and high school districts using the bond dollars that we have, as well as other funding sources. To help those dollars to go farther, we're updating our eligibility for grant state grant funding, as well as applying for those state funds. Part of that process is for the board to hold a public hearing and receive public comments, and then to approve the 2 resolutions, one for the high school and one for the elementary, which gives each district flexibility in how they apply that state funds to the various facilities that we have. So it is the staff's recommendation, following the public hearing, that the board approve resolutions 25 and 29, supporting the application requesting grant funding for new construction projects.
Thank you. We will now close the regular open board meeting, and we will open the public hearing of item B, what was item B10, public? B10. Okay. Public hearing and approval of resolution numbers 22, 23 through 25, and 22, 23 through 29 for support of applications requesting grant funding for new construction projects. So the public hearing is now open. And are there any comments from the public on this agenda item? If so, please come to the podium and address the board. Seeing none, no comments from the public, we will now close the public hearing and we'll reconvene in the regular board meeting. And we're looking for a motion to approve this agenda item, public hearing and approval of resolutions number 22, 23 through 25, and 22, 23 through 29 for support of applications requesting grant funding for new construction projects.
So move.
Motion by Vice President Irvin and second by Trustee Mejia. Those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I think I heard all ayes, and we have approved this motion. Go forward with new construction. We're excited. That motion carries. So now, give me a moment, please. I have to find my way back because we're out of order. Now we're going to move to item B3B, which was previously B9. So B9, a lot of shuffling and juggling as I try to keep up with the agenda tonight. B9 was a report of revision to passport to literature list and grades 7 through 12. Speaker is Ernesto Calderon.
Okay, good evening, Board President Brown, trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, Cabinet, and members of the public. My name is Ernesto Calderon, Senior Director, CIPD, and I'm here tonight to report on revisions to the supplemental instructional materials list. Along with me is Mr. Joseph Orlando, English teacher at Grigori, for any novel-specific questions you may have when we get to that point. On March 29th, there was a board communication where I shared 4 book titles we are looking to add to our Passport to Literature list, along with 1 video to add to our approved video list as well. Additionally, I gave you directions on how board members can access these materials for review prior to tonight's board meeting. That's me. This presentation aligns to district goal number 1 of increasing academic achievement and ensuring equitable access to enable all students to attain college and career readiness, along with goal number 3 of ensuring there is regular two-way communication with our community regarding important issues. So first, let me explain a little bit about the process to Passport to Literature. During the school year, classroom teachers can submit recommendations for supplemental literature, which are full-length novels. Every submission is reviewed by a minimum of 2 readers, either by teachers at other high schools or coaches and coordinators from CIPD. This committee reviews the recommendations and determines whether we want to recommend to have the novel or video added to the Passport to Literature or not. So following board approval, the district lists are updated with any annotations. Parents are made aware of any concerning content through those annotations. Parents are notified at the beginning of the year of any supplemental literature that may require an annotation, and are also notified at the beginning of the quarter that book will be taught. This allows parents to review the content and decide if they want to request an alternate assignment to do instead. The video selection process follows a similar process. Teachers submit recommendations for supplemental videos, and every submission is viewed by committee members. This year, the video submissions were for our junior highs, and thus a committee made up of teachers, administrators, and parents from each of our junior highs. Every submission is viewed by the committee members, and the recommendation is made to bring the title forward to the board for approval. Again, the list of recommended videos was also provided to the Board of Education for review. So tonight, we are looking to add 4 literary titles. All titles are recommended for our high schools in either 9th or 10th grade. The Odyssey, Beowulf, and Magna Classic Romeo and Juliet are being recommended for 9th grade, and the Iliad for 10th grade. The only novel with recommended annotations would be Beowulf due to some graphic images as it is a graphic novel. Although all novels are already approved in the Passport to Literature list, they are being reviewed because they're all published as graphic novels. The Odyssey, the Iliad, and Beowulf follow the same plot as the original novels, while Romeo and Juliet's novel is word for word from the classic, but written Magna style. We're also looking to add the video to our list, A Day in Auschwitz for 8th grade. Considering this video is not rated, we must follow the same process for approval for all of our junior highs. This video does not require any annotations. So this is only a board report for tonight, so approval for this item will be on the June 5th agenda, and I am available for any questions you may have.
So do we have anyone from the public that would like to make any comments regarding this agenda item? Seeing none, do we have questions from the board members? Trustee Marks?
Thank you. Well, I have to say, these were the very first graphic novels I've ever read. So they're pretty much pictures and lots of the word, speaking, and it was really interesting. I learned a lot reviewing these, and I was just curious what the annotation was going to be for Beowulf. So I appreciate that you said that because I just didn't see it in the recommendation, and so it was fascinating. Romeo and Juliet, for those of you who haven't seen this, it's a Magna. Anyway, my son came by, and he's an IB graduate. And he said, "Oh, Mom, you do realize that this book is made in Japan, and you got to read it from right to left. So you go from this side to this side." I was like, "What?" So this was fascinating. So anyway, I just appreciate the thoughtfulness of thinking of one of these. And if any of you want to look at them and review them, I really enjoyed them. So I just appreciate a new way for students to learn. A new way for them to understand some of these historical type novels that are very famous, and to be able to get a handle on them in a different way. So I know Trustee Maestas and I had a little bit of discussion before the board meeting tonight about them, and it's just kind of neat to see the artistic talent and a new way of reading a novel.
Right.
Trustee Maestas?
Yeah, I want to thank the teachers for thinking, I guess, a little bit outside the box and getting students engaged. Because, I read these in high school, and yeah. Right. Beowulf was the only one that I kind of liked because it was adventurous, but it was still hard to follow. So I was interested in knowing what those annotations are too, knowing about the story of Beowulf. So I got a chance to take a look at those, and I really just appreciate I love graphic novels. I read graphic novels all the time, and it was great to see these classics in that way and engaging students in this medium. So I appreciate that.
Great. Do I have a recommendation? Oh, it's a report only. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Great report, we appreciate it. Okay, now with our juggle again, we're now moving to what was item B7, which is now 3C. And B7 is approval of proposed revisions to the 2023 and 24 dress code. Trustee Marks?
Actually, B3C is the report on combo classes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So which one did I miss?
It's okay, so B3C is now report on combo class, and it was originally B5, because we
B5,
had comment
okay.
cards on it.
All right, let's wait and give Trustee Marks a chance to return, and I'm going to ask that we take about a 5-minute break. Welcome back, everyone. We're now on what was item B5, the report on combination classes, and it's now item B3C. And let's see, it says on my notes, Dr. Heather Contreras, is she presenting?
President Brown, pardon me, this evening I'm going to be giving the presentation. Dr. Contreras had a late invitation to an event to honor one of her children this evening, and we felt like that was an important reason to miss a board meeting report. So I will be presenting the report this evening.
Well, thank you.
So good evening, Board President, trustees, Dr. Noguchi, and community. My name is Brad Godot. I'm the Associate Superintendent of Educational Services, and I'll be presenting a report on our combination classes. And the purpose of this presentation this evening, first, is to define combination class configurations, explain class size requirements, explain options for what can be done when there are too few students potentially to form a full class. Talk about what are some of the pros and cons of having combination classes and those other options. Explain when we might consider forming a combination class, show student outcome data from combination classes, as well as show a parent input survey and the data from that survey. So this presentation this evening aligns with 3 of our district goals. Goal 1, increasing academic achievement and ensuring equitable access to all students. Goal 3, provide a safe and welcoming, respectful learning environment, as well as Goal 4, ensuring that the district is fiscally and operationally sound. So combination class configuration happens, or we use this term when we combine 2 grade levels into 1 class. So for example, a combination class could be a configuration of a kinder class with a first grade class, or a first grade and a second grade class, or a 5th grade and a 6th grade class. There are some grade levels that are not conducive to a combination class, TKK and 3-4, and I'll speak more specifically to 3-4 later in the presentation. And grade levels less desirable for combinations are mainly due to those class size parameters. And I'll get into the details of that on this slide. So in Modesto City Schools, the maximum class size in kinder through 3rd grade is 24 students. The maximum class size in grades 4 through 6 is 34 students. The difference between 3 and 4 we often refer to as kind of a bubble year. So as you can see, when a class moves up the next year, that class size goes up, class size max goes up. Combination classes are considered when there are too few students in 1 or more grade levels to create a regularly sized class. For example, 11 students in a 4th grade class and 14 students in a 5th grade class could potentially result in the following combination, a combo 4-5, with 11 students from 4th grade and 14 students from 5th grade. This will give us 25 students. So what can be done when there are too few students to make a full class? First, teachers could potentially accept more students than what is outlined in the teacher contract. We have contract language for this, and those teachers are compensated for the increased workload. Students could also be overflowed to a different school using our last in, first out policy. A combo class can be formed, or a class could be collapsed or added depending on the final enrollment of the school. So I'd like to spend a few moments reviewing some different scenarios. For example, scenario 1. Let's say school A has 2 3rd grade classes of 24. Now remember that next year, that 3rd grade class size goes up from 24 to 34. This scenario leaves us a class size of 14 students. Okay? Option 1 would be to overflow 14 students. Option 2 would be to combine the 14 students with another grade level, potentially that 5th grade. Scenario 2. Let's say school B has 1 5th grade class of 22 students and the school also has 2 sixth-grade classes of 24 students. So one of the options might be have a class of 24 students, which for that grade level, the class size max is 34, so that's a significant reduction in the number of students. Option 2 would be to potentially to overflow 24 students to another school. Or option 3 would be to create 2 grades 5-6 combination classes by moving 11 students into each sixth grade class. Again, in this scenario, there would be an overage, meaning that the teacher's accepting 1 student per combination class. And those are conversations that we have at the site in those situations when we're presented with the possibility of a scenario or a potential solution in which a teacher taking additional students might help solve the concern. So some positives and negatives with each option. So option 1 here, increasing class size. The positives are students don't change teachers and no one is impacted, meaning they stay where they're at. The negatives is teachers can't accept more than the physical classroom can handle. So some teachers might be okay with taking 1, 2, 3 students, but if the physical configuration of the classroom can only accommodate so many desks, then there is a physical limitation there. The option of overflowing students, the positive is the combination class strategy is not necessary. Students would be overflowed to a different school. The negative is families can be split between 2 schools. Students have to ride a bus, or potentially could need to ride the bus. And students who have attended a school for a long time may have to change schools. So another option, the combination class option, is the positive, is students don't have to change schools. And our data suggests that combo classes may outperform other classes. And I'll share that data here momentarily. The negatives are 2 grade levels are combined. Combination classes can be more difficult for a teacher to teach, and as such, teachers are given additional compensation for this challenge. Another option would be collapsing or adding classes at the site. Again, the positive is students get to stay at their school, and the negatives, students change teachers from when they first started. So we have projected enrollments. We work on those projected enrollments starting about mid-year, about December, January. But those numbers change over time. Students come and go, people move out of neighborhoods, and then we have this term at the beginning of the year with the whites of their eyes, right? When we see the whites of their eyes, when they see their eyeballs in the desk, we know physically how many students. And sometimes those numbers can change dramatically from, let's say, December of one school year to July, August of the next school year. So again, sometimes it's necessary to collapse a class or even add a class if there's physical space. So when do we consider forming a combination class? Class size numbers, for example, we typically look at cut points for class sizes for grades K-3 between 16 and 17 students. With, again, a reminder that 24 is the class size max. When we look at grades 4 through 6, we're looking at about 25 to 26. Again, the class size max there being 34. Space at the school site. Some of our schools, some of our elementary schools do not have a physical classroom available to expand potentially to add another class, depending on the school. We want to be equitable in the implementation of our approach to combination classes or any of these scenarios in MCS. And then another consideration that we look at is what does a long bus ride look for a student that might be overflowed, or for the family having to manage 2 schools. Our interest is really to do our best in keeping students at their home sites. So I'd like to present some data here on our combination classes. We have been tracking the data here, and you can see the top graph is our ELA data from benchmarks, the IAB benchmark back in November of this year. The bar graph in gray is our ELA non-combo class students, and the gold bar graph is students at that grade level in a combo class. So you can see the top far left, 13% of our third graders met or exceeded standards on the ELA benchmark in non-combo classes at third grade. And our combo class students in third grade met or exceeded 14% of those students did. So you can see the chart as it goes across. Third grade is actually the closest we have, still slightly outperforming. If we look all the way over at fifth and sixth grade, there's a little bit more of a noticeable increase in student performance in combination classes. The graph below is the SWAN benchmark from October. And this is an area that we did see actually a grade level that did not perform, or our combo class students did not perform at or higher than our non-combo class students, and that was in third grade math. Again, in analyzing this data, we're looking at identifying, not looking at identifying, we are identifying strategies to support potential combination classes, 2-3 combination classes, for that very reason. We can see that there is a dip there. So as part of our work to really hear parent community voice and to understand, is the community or our parents, are they more interested in the possibility of being overflowed, or if presented with a combination class, what might that look like? This is a graph that illustrates, we pushed out a survey a few weeks back, and this shows you a representative graphic of parents that responded to the survey. So through this survey, 773 TK6 parents responded. 128 of those 773 stated that their child was currently in a combination class. 64% of the respondents stated they preferred a combination class versus an overflow situation. And there you can see 35% preferred that their child be overflowed in lieu of being in a combination class. So looking at our planning for next year, in 23-24, we were able to utilize one-time funds to reduce the number of combo classes. Again, that's happening for next year. The cost of this reduction came at a cost of $2.4 million, and that this is not a sustainable model for one-time dollars. You know, one-time dollars are one-time dollars. They disappear either in a year or in a couple of years. In this case, we're using those for next year. So with that, we'd like to open this up or return it back over to President Brown.
Yes, judging from the cards that we received, there were 4 people who filled out cards specific to this topic, so I'm going to invite them to come up first, and then I'll open to see if there are other comments. First, I have, it looks like Emma Spiling.
Hi there. Thank you for having me. My name is Emma Sperling. I am a parent at Enslin, and I'm also a substitute teacher for your district. First of all, as I've been sitting here, please don't cut auto shop. The last thing teenagers in Modesto need is fewer opportunities. I defy you to find a parent who wants their kid in a combo class. And I'm very aware that you've presented this data. I'm a little bit concerned about the data that you've presented. First of all, the graphs with the testing, they are very, very close together, these bars. There is, as far as I can tell, you didn't present any p-values. There's no confidence intervals. I'm unclear if this is even a statistically significant result. I am also aware that generally speaking, when one is putting kids into a combo class, you do not select children who typically have behavioral problems and or have not been performing well in a regular classroom. You would never put a kid like that in a class whose teacher has divided attention. You just wouldn't. So I'm looking at a graph that I presume is representing children who were doing well last year, who are still sort of gliding along this year in a split class. I'm not convinced that just based on this preliminary data, that is not really a convincing argument that this is a good broad spectrum plan for across the board for all students. Also, you mentioned this survey you sent out where you asked 2 questions, which I did fill out, where you asked if I wanted a split class or if I wanted my kids bussed off. And the answer is obviously neither. And this $2.4 million, based on your operating budget, is less than 1% of your operating budget. And I'm just wondering have other options been considered? Is there any other way to free up credentialed teachers or entice credentialed teachers to come into this district and pay them to teach our kids? I just feel like of everything in the budget, classroom teachers should be the absolute last thing to be cut. I feel that way very strongly. Yeah, I mean, neither. I choose neither. I understand that there are obviously enrollment issues at a school where, there's, for whatever reason, one weirdly small, awkward class and they have to do a split class, but that should be not the normal standard operating procedure. That should be like once every couple of years, we just have a funny enrollment type of thing. That shouldn't just be a standard, this is our policy. Yeah, I don't like it. Also, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Mark, and I'm not going to try the last name. Please share it.
Members of the board, we're back again. So I'm not going to belabor you with the points that were already said. Obviously, this data was a complete farce. When you're given 2 dead-end options, I didn't even bother to fill out the survey because it was a complete waste of time. There should have been a 3rd question, which is figure something else out. And that's what we're asking you guys to do. The Dr. Contreras presented to you guys, which was, this is obviously not important to her. She'd rather be somewhere else. It's misleading, manipulative, and deliberately dishonest. $2.4 million out of $440 million, 1%. We can't look a little closer at the budget and what we can cut when we have gobs of colored printouts. We've exhausted budgets, really. We've done nothing. This continued threat that we're going to bus students to different sites also needs to be addressed. It's fear-mongering, and it's not a viable solution. There's a shortage of teachers. Are we long on bus drivers now? Like, is that the real option that we're going to go with? There's room for internal maneuverability. With current district positions, we have 50 credentialed teachers working in professional development at the district office who could be in classrooms teaching students and mentoring from their own school sites. We're happy to come to the table and discuss these things with you guys. It doesn't need to be a closed book or closed door sessions. Like, the money is there. We don't have a money problem. We have a spending problem. We expect continued communication and complete transparency from Dr. Noguchi and her administration for the proposed expansion of combination classes for the 24-25 school year. We're still watching this closely. You guys were able to kick the can for another year, but we're still going to be active and we're going to be participating in these decisions. Ms. Patel, I was in the first graduating class in 1998, IB, Modesto High, so I'm going to use my voice. These fine people are going to use their voices. What you guys are proposing is unacceptable. We want you to dig a little bit deeper, and we want you to listen to us. We are your constituents. We voted you in office to be leaders, not yes men. And we'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Charlie Amor, or is it Armour?
My name is Charlie.
And my name is Ben.
We are here tonight to tell you why combo classes are not the best for the students. We are fourth graders in the fourth, fifth combo class at Enslin Elementary. I don't like being in a combo class because the teacher is with the other grade half of the time. She has to teach the other class while we do work by ourselves. But some kids don't do their work and play around. Another reason is we have to learn the fifth grade subjects like ELA and science, but the fifth graders have to relearn subjects with the fourth graders. My class is sometimes chaotic because 2 lessons are going on at the same time. I know that my fourth grade class does more independent work than the other fourth grade class. I think my teacher does a good job teaching the class, but overall combo classes are not the best.
And here are some reasons why I don't like combo classes. Sometimes kids don't learn as much, and as much as I like my teacher, I think combo teachers have to be more mean. And as a result, the kids might think teachers are more mean in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for presenting the student voice. Stacy Soderstrom.
So I was here in March. I was here when you guys addressed the combo classes then. And during that meeting, I was really upset to find out that 2 of the 22 elementary schools were given an informational seminar. And when you look at this graph of the survey of the 2 schools who participated, Lakewood and Enslin, those are the 2 schools that were given that opportunity. I am a mom of an Enslin first grader. I have a TK coming next year. And as I noted, I was disappointed then, and I still am today. Imagine my surprise when I was sent a text yesterday on Mother's Day that there was going to be another discussion about combo classes coming back on the table. So here I am again tonight to talk about why I am concerned about this. Charlie and Ben just gave you an insight to their experience in class, and that is the same concern I have for my child. I have concern that how will direct instruction be provided to 2 separate grades equally? We just heard, it's not. And we as parents have children that will likely have resources and the ability for us to support them. I spend a lot of time outside of school working with my children, reading and providing them support. But what about the parents who don't have the time, the resources? English is a second language. Those are the children I have severe concern for that could potentially be left behind. Your mantra is every student matters, every moment counts. And I believe that combo classes will leave a big hole in our education. If our teachers are not given the 360 minutes, roughly 6 hours a day to teach their dedicated source, how do we expect them to do it in 2 classes? Not to mention, how do we expect those teachers to learn 2 separate curriculums and be able to speak to those curriculums effectively and efficiently? I am very concerned that this combo class is going to lead to more and more teachers leaving this sector. And after what we saw with COVID and what we're seeing in the media and all the challenges that schools are facing, I do not think we can see any more teachers leave this opportunity. Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak? Please introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Montavon. I am a parent of 3 students at Lakewood Elementary, and I am before you again tonight stating my opposition to Modesto City Schools' use of combination classes. For the last 11 months, I have been in conversation with Dr. Noguchi and her staff. I have had countless phone calls, meetings. We have had meetings on multiple campuses with Dr. Contreras, and we gathered here in March as teachers and parents to show you our concerns. After all of this time and discussion, we were presented again tonight with the same PowerPoint presentation that we were given months ago. There are no new solutions, there's no new ideas listed. The repeated slideshow still does not list the negative impact it will have on our students in a combination class. It simply states the effect on teachers. The survey referenced in the presentation was sent to parents with only two options: combination classes or we bus your kid to another school. The results show that in this survey, a majority of parents picked combination classes over having their children bused elsewhere. That does not give the conclusion that parents are in support of combo classes. They simply picked what they believed to be the lesser of the two evils. The survey did not describe to them how combo classes work. It did not explain to parents how their students would receive only 50% instruction time. It did not show how a combo class would affect students who are already below grade level. The survey provided no alternatives. I was told a few weeks ago that my child at Lakewood will not be in a combo class next year, and I was delighted. I really thought we were heard, only to be told later that this is a temporary solution using the COVID funds. Funds that will run out in time, but we were not told how much time. Is that next year? Is it in 2 years? We were not told why we have to use COVID funds at all. This is a Band-Aid, not a solution. Your most recent LCFF budget was sent to me today by your district. It shows a total revenue of $416 million. Surely the first priority of those funds should be used to ensure every student in your district has a full-time educator. The first line of your mission statement says so. It says that you will ensure all students have access to the highest quality of instruction and learning conditions. Combination classes provide neither. This is not a topic that should need to be rehashed year after year, or in this case, month after month. A teacher focused solely on their grade-specific needs is the bare minimum that our students of this district need and deserve. Please work with us to find a solution to this issue so we can put it to rest once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Presley. I'm a first grade teacher at Shackelford. I had intended, and I still want to, thank all of you for taking on the combo class and hearing us back in March when we spoke. Shackelford benefited from your pivot. We won't have any combo classes next year at Shackelford, and for that, we are really, really grateful for our students. But I'm not sure, after seeing the PowerPoint, I'm not sure that we have a solution yet. But we have a great team, both at district office, with cabinet, teachers, bargaining units, community members, and parents. There really isn't a reason we can't all come together and start to make some more plans. I think our parents are right. It is a Band-Aid. And I think most of our sites have benefited from the pivot that has happened. I know there's a big reduction. As a grandmother of Modesto City School students, I was really disappointed in the survey that my daughters shared with me. I didn't feel like they had all the information that they needed to answer those questions for their students. I'm wondering a couple things about the data that was presented. One, I'm wondering about the K2 DIBELS data that measures foundational reading scores. I didn't see any of that. The ELA scores was based on the IAB for grades 3 through 6. If I looked at it correctly, it seemed as if it was only from October, which would have been trimester 1. I'm curious about the January IABs that were taken and how those scores compare for the combo classes. But more importantly, as a first grade teacher, I'm really concerned about the foundational reading scores and DIBELS and what that looks like for our K2 or even our TK2, because I always forget to include the TKers. Let's see, I made some notes as I was sitting back there. I do think we can come together and make a better decision, but I did want to share my thanks, Shackelford's gratitude and thanks for relooking at this, pivoting. I know with COVID, if we didn't learn anything, it was that we could pivot and we can make decisions that are best for kids. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Mary McGeehan Morato, and I'm a second grade teacher at Kirshen. Kirshen is also slightly grateful because we went down from 4 combination classes to 2. Next year, I'll be starting my 30th year in education. And back when I started, combos were the norm in many schools versus the exception. And those of us, and Trustee Marks, you've been on the board for a long time, and you've seen a lot of changes in education. The cognitive and academic demands that we place on children have exponentially increased since then. So why are we not supporting students with those increased standards of rigor and socio-emotional breakdown that we've seen since COVID with combinations? And looking at the slideshow, one thing that was not presented was, what is the distribution of combos throughout the district? My school site is on the west side, high number of English learners, we have combos. Other school sites don't have them at all. How is that being equitable? Pedagogically, our young students talk to the amount of time that they have to spend doing independent work. How is that a sound educational practice? The other thing that I wanted to address that was not mentioned in the slideshow was that when we did have a lot of combination classes when we were teaching year-round elementary, was that all efforts were made to keep families together. So if you had a child that had to be moved to a different school site because schools were super impacted, families were given options. It wasn't just, okay, you go to the bus and get out of here, right? We really worked with families. We didn't give them a message of rejection or we don't want you at the school. We're here to work with you. The other thing that I think we need to look at the elementary school level are boundaries. I work at Kirshen. We share a fence with Robertson Road. A few blocks away, we have Marshall. I have students in my class that physically live closer to Marshall School than they do to Kirshen. And we recently did a survey about transportation. Even though my school is considered a walking school, majority of kids are driven in a car, not carpooled. So there's that impact when we look at boundaries. We know pedagogically boundaries are not good for kids. They're not good for parents. And really, I'm pleading to you, think about where combos are having the most impact. They're at our schools with English learners, with parents that may or may not have had a good educational experience, and they're good, solid citizens and members of our community that want to help their kids, but they don't have the skills to do so sometimes, and they look to us to be those educational leaders. Thank you.
Do we have any, thank you, do we have any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item? We will now return and hear questions from the board. Trustee Maestas.
Thank you. I've got a few questions here. As a parent of MCS students, I received the survey as well, and there wasn't any place for me to put any qualitative data like feedback on or questions on anything. And usually, when I create surveys, there's a quantitative aspect, so multiple choice, whatever, and then there's some sort of qualitative statement that we can kind of sift through a little bit to see some thoughts. And I know this is an outlet for parents to give thoughts. I'm privileged to be on the board to be able to give my thoughts in those places too. But I think it would be a great idea if we send out a survey like that, if we send out another one, if we can get some qualitative information from more parents than those that really come out to our board meeting, because we hear the voices and we'd like to hear some more voices Qualitative data goes a really far to give us some really good information, especially when people are asked to basically pick between two choices that might not be pleasing to either of those. So I wonder if that's a possibility for if we can do that again. What happens to, this is my question here. These are one-time funds, and I know we were able to reduce the number of combo classes throughout the district using these one-time funds. And some of these one-time funds, because we reduced the combo classes, we'll need more teachers to fill those spots. What happens when those funds are not available? What happens to those teachers that we hired?
So every year we have attrition. Teachers leave, retire, move to another district, what have you. So we do lose teachers each year. So I would think a good chunk of that would be absorbed through our TK6 staffing as we move forward, if there was a reduction, there was a reduction.
That was one question. And then just for clarity, I know the answer to this, but I'm going to clarify. This is K6, correct? This is not have to do with 7-12.
Correct.
I was a high school teacher for many years. Every class I taught had different grade levels in them, but I was teaching a subject, not so I was teaching like Algebra 1. I wasn't teaching a grade level, so that's a little different situation in high school as it is in elementary school. So I just want to clarify that we're talking K6.
You are correct.
You mentioned that the grade 3-2-3 combo would get support. What is in mind for that support?
So we're looking at, for grade 2-3, for those that we have of paraprofessional,
That's an extra adult in
an
the
extra
classroom.
adult in the classroom.
Okay. And then is there any information, you can do this on a board report, I guess, any information on the class sizes of the data for the classes that we got the data for the IAB, the first IAB and the first benchmark for SWAN? Is there any information on the class sizes for those particular combo classes, and then the schools that those are from? If we can get that demographic information, just to kind of think about where our combo classes are in the district right now, and what students are being served by those. Those are all my questions for now. Thanks. I just want to say one more thing, because it's on my mind. I was in a combo class when I was young. Actually, I was in a lot of combo classes when I was young, and I think it was right. It's like they were the norm back then. And I was in a 7-8 combo. It was a very small school, little town, and my teacher worked so hard to make sure that we were ready for high school. And so I just want to praise him up right now. He's gone on. But I can't imagine, I just, the work that goes into doing a combo class, he's on my mind right now.
Trustee Daly.
I was also in combo classes, so I have a question based on that, because I think it was 5th, 6th combo that I was in. And what happened was, once they saw everybody's eyes, we were able to have a full 5th and a full 6th. So is that going to take place possibly as well?
Yeah, that occurs at the beginning, first, I want to say 3 weeks of each year.
Okay.
That's when we say, the whites of their eyes. We have a projection, who we think is coming back, who potentially, based on the data over years, might move into the district. What do we see? And then we wait until the bodies are in the seats. And then there are decisions. We actually meet quite frequently the first couple of weeks of school with a team of district folks to analyze the staffing needs at all the schools.
So my next question is in reference to the data. Am I understanding this correctly? With the ELA, the data was taken from 2 weeks and 2 days. And then with the SWAN, it was taken for 3 weeks and 2 days. Is that correct?
That's actually July 7th through the 11th. That's the IAB ELA testing window. So there's usually typically a range of days that teachers are provided the access to give the assessment. And then, I'm sorry, November 7th through the 11th. And then for the math, it was October 17th through November 9th,
So that's one.
different grades.
One testing quarter. Would that be
It's
accurate?
trimester, yes, but different grades may teach or may take that assessment in different windows of time, all kind of around the same time, but not necessarily the same day or the exact same span of days.
Okay, so we're presenting this data based on just one test, basically.
Correct.
Well, something that we've shared earlier in one-on-ones is that we're going to be looking at the combo data for trimester 1, trimester 2, trimester 3 for this year, and again next year, trimester 1, trimester 2, and trimester 3. So I can see how folks might see that this possibly could be misleading because it is one trimester, but I can say the data that I have seen out of 2 trimesters, the majority of the grades that were combos outperformed a single grade in that. But yes, we will report back in September when we get all of our data over the summer. We will have all 3 trimesters, and we'll be able to show that in both the IABs, SWAN, and also we'll have CASP testing. So we'll have 3 ways of looking at that as well.
So my last question is reference to the parent surveys. How many surveys were actually sent out?
It was sent out to all TK or all K-6 families.
I don't know.
I'm not sure what the exact number is, but it's over 10,000.
Okay. And 773 responded?
10,000 students. What's that?
And 773 parents responded?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, Trustee Irvin.
I just want to ask if another survey can go out, if we could have on there as a response for parents, you know, maybe they have some options or some suggestions, maybe they come in contact with another district or something like that. They, you know, can give some input of some of the experiences they've experienced out there amongst them. To me, that would be a better way to engage parents by asking for some suggestions or some options input to kind of, you know, get us moving in that direction of, you know, solving the situation beyond 23, 24, as it'll be here any day, it seems like. Thank you.
Student Representative Patel.
Just a quick question about the options that were presented. So with the option to increase the class sizes, I know that it goes beyond the teacher's contract. However, were surveys sent out to teachers as well regarding combo classes?
I don't believe so, no.
Is that possible to see what their input is regarding increased class sizes and being able to handle more than their contract is accustomed to? Thank you.
Yep, that would be possible.
Trustee Lopez.
Thank you very much. Ms. Morato in the back mentioned something really, I think, important that I know that we had brought up the discussion of school boundaries this year around high school, but I think that it's important that we look at elementary boundaries just to make sure, because yes, it's true, Robertson Road is down. You have Kirshen, Robertson Road, Marshall down the road, and I've correct me if I'm wrong, I think Burbank is like even closer than Marshall. So that might help alleviate some of those things, and I look for another survey because it is important to look at where those combo classes is, because as mentioned by Ms. Morato, some have a lot, some don't. And, you know, when we talk about equity, that's important to see. You know, we hate to have combination classes, but if we need to make sure that it's happening because we really need to. when there's no other alternative, but it has to be equitable throughout our district, right? We're hoping that everyone equitably doesn't have to, but if we need to, that it's equitable across the school district. So I echo what Trustee Irvin mentioned around doing another survey. As I always said, we need more parent input, we need more community input. We've been doing a lot of great work around that, but we need to increase that in all aspects. So I look forward to that, and adding what Trustee Maesa mentioned, section 4 for qualitative. I understand that it's a lot harder to gauge that because you have a lot to work with when you give individuals an open canvas, but it's also important for us to have that input of qualitative. And then I look forward to, seeing how we can come together and possible like task force or some other inconvenience of figuring out if there's any other options as we look forward past the following school year. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Mastis?
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry, I know I talk a lot, huh? So the one other couple things I know some of this has to do with space. Like, we just physically cannot, like, there's no more rooms, right? In school, some schools, like, you just can't have a class in a closet. So I'm kind of going back to my question about the third grade support and the paraprofessional. Is there any way we can get maybe like a cost analysis of what if we kept the combo class in the same room, but we had 2 credentialed teachers within that same room? What's the cost analysis of that as opposed to a paraprofessional? And how does that weigh with our budget? I mean, that's something for you guys to figure out. That's just a suggestion I'm thinking of because of if we dealing with space. So that was one thought. And then just to add on in the survey, I know we're like, just add this to the survey, just add this to the survey. But we had 2 great kids come and talk about their experiences. I wonder about getting some student voice. We had, I think, Lakewood's leadership group came and talked about, I think, what was it, food? They had a couple of things that they had mentioned. So I wonder if we can get some of those thoughts too. I know I'm just throwing out a whole bunch of ideas, but I feel like it's a good time to give as many ideas as I possibly can right now. I think that's it.
All right. Well, thank you. This has been a presentation. There is not a vote that is happening tonight. We appreciate the input. We appreciate the passion of all of those that have spoken. And this is a very important issue that we need to address, and we appreciate your participation with us tonight. So we'll now move to item B4 on the agenda, which is a report on summer school programming and summer meal programs for 2023. And this will be Tony Lomeli and Chris Atwell.
Good evening, Board President Brown, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, Cabinet, and members of the public. My name is Tony Lomeli. I'm the Director of 3S Student Support Services, and I am joined by Senior Director Chris Atwell of Nutrition Services. And we're here to report on summer school programming and summer meal programs that will take place obviously in the summer of 2023. The purpose of our presentation is to report on all the district offerings that we have, both academic and for enrichment. And we also will be reporting out on our summer meal program, along with answering any questions you may have or the public may have regarding our presentation. The alignment of our summer programming really aligns with Goal 1 and 3 and really is to focus on access and equity and also academic achievement and providing meaningful experiences for our students, along with providing a safe and welcoming and respectful learning environment for all. Again, the purpose is to extend the school year and not only provide strategic academic support for our students, but also enrichment for our students to give them meaningful experiences throughout the summer. And we're very excited on our focus this year of not only providing these opportunities, providing targeted professional development for our teachers to ensure that we have equitable instruction that takes place across the district to support our kids in learning this summer as well. A little overview of summer programs. Our programs will be offered June 1st to June 29th, which is 20 instructional days. June 19th this year is a holiday, so we'll be running, we had planned for June 28th, but it will go to June 29th. We will be offering both summer academic and enrichment programs throughout the district. Again, we have some great work taking place as far as construction and improving our facilities, so there will be some sites closed, and I will mention those sites and where they'll be located, so they'll still receive support. And again, we'll be providing breakfast and lunch at no cost to students, along with snacks in the afternoons for our TK6 students as they will stay in our expanded learning programs until 5 p.m. Another component that we've used over the last years and we're continuing to expand is social emotional supports with our partners with Center for Human Services. Student assistance specialists will be located at all school sites, and they will provide one-to-one support along with small group interventions and also opportunities for education, and really education centered around skill building, helping students build skills around setting goals, mindfulness, coping strategies, and so on. So really having a focus at all our sites throughout the summer to connect what we've been doing throughout the year and provide that support through the month of June as well. This is a little overview of all the summer programs that will be offered this summer, from our youngest to our oldest. Our earlier childhood education summer bridge program will take place along with our elementary, junior high, and high school summer school programs. We will have a migrant summer school component along with an extended school year component for K through 12 schools at our site. And our extended school year is our special education component for summer school. Our early childhood education summer bridge program is an in-person summer program that will be offered at 9 ECE sites. We are expecting approximately 200 students for our littlest learners, and really the focus here is to bridge the gap, is to get them prepared for TK and kinder, and have these students have the opportunity to get off to a great start when they start the next school year in TK or kinder. In addition, our ECE department has really worked on creating an interactive website, a virtual component for any students that are not able to access the bridge program to receive support and work with their families at home in literacy, math, and family engagement activities. In addition, the focus again will be social emotional development and early literacy and math skills. They take a test called the Kindergarten Student Interest Profile, and really this is to assess their student growth and really provide data not only for them to monitor them and provide instruction during the summer, but also provide that data for the incoming kinder and TK teachers so they know where these kids are standing and they could support them as they move on to the next level. In addition, it's important that they continue to be the young ones and have opportunities for hands-on activities, standard-based activities that build their skills so they're ready for kindergarten and TK the following school year. One thing I'm very proud of is our elementary summer program. So we've come a long ways. Pre-pandemic, in my days at Tuolumne as a principal, we were offering 3 academic summer school programs at our sites, and now we've expanded to offer at all sites, again, pending construction that's taking place. This year, El Vista, Fremont, Lakewood, Muir, Robb Road, and Tuolumne have great work taking place as far as improving their facilities, and they will be located at an adjacent school to support their learning. Our strategic academic focus time is in the mornings from 8 to 12, also with additional support for enrichment and our expanded learning department from 12 to 5. So any student that attends this summer has support from 8 to 5 p.m. every day. And we're excited to have 185 teachers participating at the elementary level across the district to support all our school sites at the elementary level. At the junior highs, you all well know of all the great construction taking place. Our junior highs, 3 of our junior highs will be held at Downey, Davis, and Modesto, which are their feeder schools. So that these junior high students will have the opportunity to interact and really be at their future schools. So it does give a unique opportunity for that reason, but we are very excited about the construction that's taking place because these facilities are going to be improved, and then we'll be able to run some robust summer school programs back on those sites in the following year. They will follow more of the high school model of offering an 8:30 to 12 o'clock academic support. We have a total of 25 teachers participating at those 4 junior highs. And again, because they fall under the expanded learning umbrella, we will have support for those kids in enrichment from 12 to 5 p.m. So our junior high kids will still have the same ability to stay at school or receive support either during academic components or during enrichment components in the afternoon. At the high school level, we're excited to offer programming at all the high schools. We will have also have programming available to not only our high schools, but our Alt-Ed program, which is our Modesto Virtual Academy, our Elliott Alternative School, and also our G230 program. We run 2 sessions, an AM session in the morning and a PM session in the afternoon. And really our focus is not only to ensure kids have opportunities to recover credit, but also have kids have the opportunity to improve their A through G completion during this time frame. We're excited too because we've expanded the amount of teachers that we'll be supporting. We're up to 80 teachers that will participate just on the academic component piece for this upcoming summer, and we're excited to offer that this summer. In addition to that, our high school summer school, we have the ability to use our intersession model, which allows kids to not have to take a full class. So at school sites, teachers can come in for the first week of the summer, identify students to raise grades, and this is really a crucial tool because usually if a kid is failing a class or struggling in a class, they'd have to take that class over from the beginning. And giving the kids the opportunity to have a failing class and be close or on the bubble and having the opportunity to raise their grade or their academic achievement level will be an option at all our school sites this summer as well. In addition, we will be offering Migrant Summer School through our ELD component led by Maricela Mota. This will be additional support. Again, the idea is equity. So these students will not only be able to attend remediation in the morning and have access to enrichment and other opportunities, but they will be targeted to receive additional support with alignment as far as curriculum that we're using, not to duplicate, but to align, and this support will happen virtually. So what I mean by virtually is these students will be present at school campuses, but they will have access to a migrant ed teacher that's located in the district, so they won't have to move sites, so to speak, to receive additional services. This will take place during that afternoon time from 12:30 to 3:30, so they can receive that additional support, that double dose of support academically. In addition, we will continue to offer our extended school year, which is based on the individual needs through the IEP process. We're excited to offer again at 5 sites across the district, so we could support students for the elementary level, which are Beard, Garrison, Marshall, Martone, and Sonoma. In addition, we'll be offering our ESY program at Bayer this year. Historically, it's been at Johansson, but this year it'll be at Bayer. And here's the fun part. So in addition, we plan to, like we have the last 2 years, to continue to expand engagement and enrichment opportunities for all students. And this is finding ways to engage, fun and academic opportunities for students, and usually we try to offer it. High schools tend to vary in times, but for the elementary level, for the most part, this is offered in the afternoon once academic remediation is over. And it's really to support students in other things other than core instruction. Really try to engage and connect them to the learning that's taking place. And some of the examples that take place are leadership opportunities, college and career supports, along with our initiative to support kids in esports. We are excited to, at this date, we're close to 120 teacher-approved enrichment proposals, and they continue to grow. We are also excited about our expanded learning department, which oversees, I think the best word is it, 3 years ago, we were an ACES program, after-school program, but now we are before-school, after-school program, intercession program, summer program, enrichment program. So we're really excited about the support that we have from our partners, which are Police Activity League, City of Modesto Parks and Recs, and Boys and Girls Club of Stanislaus County. And we're able to provide an environment, a supportive environment, and keep our campuses open until 5 p.m. throughout the summer, throughout our summer programming hours. In addition, we think about student voice and what was heard. A lot of the things that come back at our family STEAM nights, at our end of our summers, we want field trips. High schools, we want driver's education. We want to get on college campuses. So these are the things that we listen to. We have a robust set of field trips planned for kids that are showing up every day and attending those academic needs and supports, from trips to the Fresno Zoo to STEM centers and so on. We have the privilege of partnering with Camp Taylor, which is a locally outdoor ed spot close by. It used to be a Heart Center, to provide outdoor education experiences right in our backyard. So we have a lot of opportunities, in addition, partnering with MJC and University of Pacific to offer not only esports camps, but nursing, CSI, culinary arts, and other things, along with an opportunity this year for students who are trying to get their permit and earn their driver's ed certificate to get started. Again, I will talk a lot about our MCS partners and what we're doing here, but we couldn't do this without the partners we have from our Stanislaus County Office of Education to Center for Human Services to our expanded learning partners, which are Police Activity League, Boys and Girls Club, and City of Modesto. We're very thankful for the partnerships that we bridge to provide additional opportunities and engagement to our students. I will pass this on to Chris Atwell, who will be speaking about our meals.
Good evening. For many families, school meals are a necessity. Food security and nutrition are still important, even when school is not in session. During the summer, while many children are at home, many do not have access to food like they would during the traditional school year. When schools close for the summer, it's much harder for us to reach those children. Summer is statistically the hungriest time of year for many children. And according to a No Kid Hungry report, 1 in 6 kids may face hunger this year. Across the country, that equates to almost 13 million children. Free meals are important in so many ways because nutrition directly impacts health and student outcome. We're currently on pace to serve more than 4 million meals and snacks this current school year, but not just to our students, but also to children in the community. At Modesto City Schools, we're providing daily meals at local parks, and this allows us to provide nutrition support for our students when school's not in session, and also for their siblings that may not yet be of school age. Families can go to any of our 22 locations to receive meals this summer, and they're open to anyone 18 years of age and under. Meals are available weekdays starting May 31st through July 28th. We're excited to announce our community summer meal locations for this year, something we're really proud of. Combined with summer school, we'll be providing meals at 50 locations this summer. Last summer, we served over 79,000 lunches through our summer feeding and our summer school programs. And for families and other community members that are interested in information about the program, all meal times and locations are available on the district nutrition website at mcsnutrition.org. And at this time, I'll turn the presentation back over to Mr. Lamelli. Thank you.
For our next steps is again to come back to all of you in the fall and report on the pre-post data collected. We plan to be strategic on the data we collect, not only academic data, but also satisfaction data, and really continue to learn to listen to students and teachers, but also parents on how their needs were met and what else they would ask or what's next, right? How can we support them further? And then we look forward to, like Chris Atwell said, to continue to provide nutritional support for families over the summer, this summer. For summary information, it's available on the MCS website, and there's an enrichment catalog along with registration for all levels. Again, I could start my thank you with ITS and our instructional technology department for their help on creating, making the website look pretty. So it's easier accessible and easy to register. But again, I spent some time thanking our community partners, but honestly, what we do in the summer, we're asking everybody to do more. So it takes transportation, it takes nutrition services, it takes M&O, it takes every custodian, it takes every para, every classified staff. So our partnerships, not only with CSEA, but our partnerships with our Teachers Association to have 180 teachers participating in summer school, 80 teachers at the high school level. I mean, it really takes a village, and we continue to stretch our staff, but I'm very thankful for their ability to show up for our kids outside their work schedules to support our kids all summer. At this point, if there's any public comment or questions, I can answer.
Thank you. Do we have members from the public that want to comment on this item? Mr. Mitten.
Hi again. I want to address a little bit the perspective of my former position as a resource teacher. For the learning disabled population who are served by the resource teachers, by the resource program, during the regular year, they pretty much always have a resource period, and they work with a resource professional and paraprofessional who do things like modify curriculum, make study guides, pull them for testing to where they can have more time, different things like that to accommodate the needs of the learning disability. During summer, that's a much more challenging proposition. And the last several years, the resource students have been able to be placed in the PAR level summer school classrooms, which really made a huge difference because those classrooms are taught by a special education teacher who has that background. I've taught myself general education summer school for about 8 or 9 years. I'm going to be doing G230 summer school this year, but so I'm very familiar with APEX, and it's challenging even with somebody with a lot of background in special education and doing modifications and things like that. When I did general education, it was with my social studies credential, and so I've got one classroom with US history, world history, geography, government, economics. And so it would be very challenging if I had, like, say, 4 or 5 resource students in there to do a good job of accommodating, doing those types of, steps to meet those needs. And so I heard that this year that PAR level summer school classroom isn't going to be available to the resource students. And so I would really strongly encourage, that decision to be revisited. I think if it is, there's a lot of the resource kids where that summer school where they do that and they work with a special education trained teacher makes a big difference in the outcome. So anyway, that's sort of my big concern, and compliments to that presentation. And I've seen kids, just to sort of go back, I've seen kids where, at Modesto High where that nutrition access during the summer is just huge. And it's not just serving that kid, they're taking stuff home to the family and things like that. It's a huge benefit to the community. So compliments to the nutrition services. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Turning now, comments or questions from the board. Trustee Marks?
I just wanted to say this was awesome. I love seeing the summer school programs. This is something that's been near and dear to my heart for at least 20 years. And it's so great to see it offered all over our district now with even enrichment programs, which before all we did was programs for academic, to make up units or, just wasn't as exciting to go to summer school. So I'm so glad we've made it exciting and fun and just to see all the opportunities, and then, of course, the summer school program to be able to have the food available. I was at one of the churches. We used to serve it out of our church across the street from Marshall School for many years, and just seeing all those students and families come in. And then to see what we did last year, or not last year, a couple of years ago with 2020, how you fed all those students and families. I was just impressed. So I just had a comment to say thank you so much for the plans for the future and for where our students are. We're feeding them, we're educating them, they're going to be successful. So thank you.
Trustee Daly.
I just have a couple of questions. The SAS is provided through Center for Human Services. Those are only offered during the summer school time period, right? Not all summer?
For our programming, they're just like a regular school year. They're available during our programming. So anything we're offering during that June 1 to June 29th window, yes, they're there to provide those supports throughout that day.
Okay. And then on the ECE with the social emotional development, are we getting any parent input on the social emotional development that they want for their particular child?
I'll have to get back to you on that question with Ms. Nunes, our ECE person, to make sure I'm clear on that answer, but I could definitely get back to you on that answer. But I know it's built into their curriculum on how they support kids and get them ready for kinder, but I don't want to speak more to that without, getting clear from her.
And then the migrant summer school, I maybe am confused because it says students attend virtually, but then I think you said that they're on campus, but with a virtual migrant teacher.
Yeah, so because the migrant students are spread out, and since we now offer programs everywhere, those students need to have access to the core instruction of the academic day in the morning. So for us to continue to support them with additional migrant support, they could be there in the programs, stay after lunch, and continue to work and connect with the teacher virtually and still be there in person at the program. This also ensures us that if we have an enrichment activity that this kid wants to participate, we can work with that teacher to make sure they don't miss out on that as well. So that's that component. It is virtual instruction, but they have the ability to be on campus at a site with support there as well.
And then my final question, I've already voiced, I love the food program and everything along that lines. But if we're not taking any information, how do we get funded for that?
So we actually do get funded for every meal that we serve. We get reimbursement from federal and state reimbursement. So the actual more meals that we serve, the more funding we bring in.
So it's just a check mark, like 1 meal, 2 meal, 3 meal type thing?
Correct. We actually feed in the parks, and they have to stay in the parks, but we actually go out. We have the flyers, and we try to encourage families to come. And we're all over Modesto. We're from, I think, Clarentina Park at one location. We added Fairview Park 2 years ago, and we also added Mark Twain Park. And Mark Twain Park has become our second highest volume site.
Vice President Irvin.
Yes, I'd like to reiterate my colleagues' excellent report, great report. I remember after schools when we didn't have any. I implemented after school in our district in 1998, and it looks like it's on steroids now, so it's huge. That's really good. It's really good that our students and our families have access to after-school enrichment, meals, snacks. This is just what the doctor ordered, so to speak. My question is, do we have a partnership? Because I didn't see if we had a partnership with Camp Jack Hazard. Years ago, we used to work with Jack Hazard, and they used to take kids up to Dardanelle to it used to be the YMCA camp back then, but now it's run by another nonprofit, and they have the ropes course up there. They do leadership up there, rappelling, rock climbing, and so I think that would be a good partnership to look into, because I know it's still functional. They got a lot of snow up there now, but they're preparing for the summer season. And also, I had a question on the meal. I didn't see, and I don't know if this park is something we would look into over there, Chrysler or Prescott Estates over there by there.
So Chrysler is originally the oldest summer feeding program. It goes back about 35 years. Over the years, Stanislaus Union has put in a program. So really, we weren't doing serving any students there. So we moved over to Fairview Park and Clarentina. When we leave a park, we look for other parks that we can reach families as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you again for this great report.
Trustee Mejia.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. Great report. I just like to see the depth that's being done, and of course, shout out to the meals. I think those are crucial. So just a thank you overall.
Great report. We appreciate the fact that we are addressing the summer learning loss and the ability that we have to reach so many students and expand their learning rather than allow them to forget what they've learned. They're learning more and more ready when they come back than they had been in the past, and we're feeding them and great things. We can't thank both of you enough for the programs that are happening. All right, long night, and we're moving now to item B6, the report on Modesto City Schools Intervention Centers for grades 7 through 12.
Right, well, I will get this thing started, and I will not do it, or neither will Mr. Houck in a Harvard accent. So if you're expecting a Harvard accent, not gonna happen tonight. Sorry, Ms. Patel. Good evening, Board President Brown, trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, cabinet members and guests. My name is Mark Herbst. I'm the Associate Superintendent of Student Support Services. And joining me tonight is Mr. David Houck, Senior Director of Child Welfare and Attendance. Tonight, we'll be providing a report on Modesto City Schools 712 Intervention Centers. And I do want to point out something. Our intervention centers are something that have been in existence in this district for the past decade. So this isn't new. We've had this in our district for a long time. And I'll be honest with you, we are very, very proud. And I hope after this presentation, you guys get an idea of why we're proud of the work that's being done in the intervention centers and the data we're going to share with you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Houck, who's going to do the lion's share of the presentation, but then he and I will be available for any questions that you guys may have. So with that, please, Mr. Houck.
Thank you, Mr. Herbst. The purpose of this presentation is to provide the Board of Trustees with a report on the current state of our intervention centers in grades 7 through 12. This includes the function and benefits of the ICs, intervention centers from here on. We will also compare data between the 18-19 school year with our current year. Our comparison is based on progress pre-pandemic and now that we have a year where attendance and staff have stabilized. We will also discuss our next steps and address any questions. The presentation most aligns with goal number 3, providing a safe, welcoming, and respectful learning environment. Currently, we've been experiencing increased behavior at all levels. It's well known that the pandemic continues to have long-term effects for a number of our students and families. As a result, we've seen increased behavior related to vaping, fights, defiant behavior, and a number of school and student threats. Additionally, we are all aware that many of our students require additional social emotional support, and we're proud to provide the data that demonstrates that our intervention centers serve to fulfill this need for our students who require it. The purpose of the intervention centers is to provide evidence-based practices to maximize academic and social emotional outcomes. This includes restorative practices, mindfulness, and goal setting as just a few examples. This in addition to the academic support. Through this process, students learn to reduce their negative behaviors. In addition, our ICs provide Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports for our students who require it. During a student's time in the intervention center, the student receives targeted academic and behavioral support. The slideshow shows why students attend the intervention center. Education Code 48910 states that teachers have a right to suspend a student for up to 2 days from their classroom. Intervention centers are used in lieu of home suspension. We know home suspension is an inconvenience to our families and often leaves students unattended at home. The ICs provide intervention and a place where a student can continue to do their academics at school. Additionally, there are a number of students who receive support in the ICs without any disciplinary issue at all. Students can be sent with approval of a teacher, counselor, or administrator for support when the situation requires it. Since the 2018-19, we have made concerted efforts to reduce overall IC numbers. This is somewhat tricky considering we would prefer we would prefer IC over home suspension. There have been efforts to reduce the identification of student groups represented in the IC. Additionally, we had a goal of trying to reduce the number of full-day ICs as a consequence. Finally, we hope to have increased positive feedback we receive from students who experience the interventions provided within the Intervention Center. We staff RIC with the following personnel. Assistant principals provide the administrative oversight. In addition, we provide a full-time credentialed teacher to each IC. These teachers have interest in working with students who have behavioral and social-emotional needs. We also provide a full-time intervention center specialist who is a bachelor's level student assistant specialist. These individuals are carefully selected and have specialized training that includes restorative practices, substance abuse prevention, de-escalation, and other skills. Finally, we have classified intervention center monitor who assists in gathering work and keeping accurate records for the students in the IC. Now let's take a look at some comparative data. In all of these data sets, you will see a comparison between the 2018-19 school year and our current year from the start of school to April 24th. The first slide shows the total intervention center visits as tracked by our IC teacher and monitor. This first row shows the non-duplicated count. The row behind shows how many times a non-duplicated student has returned to the IC. The next row shows students who returned once, 2 to 4 times, 5 to 9 times, and those who have received intervention more than 10 times. The last row includes the number of full-day visits. Typically, full-day visits are for behavior that may have resulted in an at-home suspension. Here you see an increase. When looking deeper, the increase is due to the IC being used for first offense for either vaping, tobacco, or marijuana. Prior to this year, students would have been sent home for this offense. It's important to remind the board that ICs provide support in cases of removal from class, but also positive interventions with teachers and administrative approval. Meaning a student can be removed from class, and that would be a consequence of intervention center once in the IC. A student may also ask to go to the IC without a disciplinary consequence, and if approved by the teacher and administrator, this can occur. This data shows the total amount of students in the Hispanic, White, and African American student groups. Additionally, you see the IC rate, meaning if a student went to the IC for either support or as a consequence. If a student goes one time, they are counted in the IC rate. IC rates do not track students who attend IC multiple times. The last row shows percent of total students who have received support in the intervention center, meaning for Hispanics and Latinos this year, 68% of the students who have been in the IC once or multiple times are Hispanic or Latino. ICs provide a number of interventions. This chart shows the comparison between what our IC teachers provide our students year to year. You will notice a lot of restorative practices being utilized. You will also see the academic support our students utilize. We're pleased to see an increase in the average number of strategies used with the students that go to the IC, despite having fewer students when compared to the 18-19 school year. This data is tracked by our IC specialist and includes comparisons regarding the primary reason for the IC visit. Here you can see that while students have been removed for classroom disturbance, several other factors and reasons for IC visit are evident. Sorry, I thought it went. Here you see the increase in substance abuse, anxiety, and the need for skill building, coping skills, as well as slight increase in suicidal ideation. The last slide is completed for any student who is seen by the intervention center specialist and is willing to complete a questionnaire. You will see, with the exception of the first question about being listened to, where we saw a slight decrease of 2% of students who agree, we're seeing an increase in feeling more capable of handling the rest of the student's day, better able to handle future problems, and that the student benefited from their time in the IC. In summary, we are pleased with the important vital role of intervention centers here at our school sites. We've taken what many still refer to as in-school suspension and turned the centers into something that provides meaningful and valuable intervention to students who require it. This goes for students who misbehave and students who need more immediate intervention. The ICs were supported by Dr. Okonafor, and more recently, the model we utilized was highlighted in an EdSource article and by the UCLA Civil Rights Project. The article went on to say that in-school suspension in and of itself is ineffective, but removal coupled with intervention and skill building is the way to proceed with behavior that requires removal. Our next step include focusing on vaping, fights, and threats. As we get new IC teachers and IC specialists, we need to continue to offer targeted training in restorative practices and PBIS. We will also look to revamp any curriculum used in the IC. There are publishers that offer RP-related mini lessons on areas of need like coping skills, anxiety, and depression. I would like to end by stating how pleased and fortunate we have for our continued partnership with the Center for Human Services and with our own IC teachers and classified IC monitors. They truly do great work. With that, we will address questions and receive comments from the public.
Do we have any questions from the public or comments? Seeing none, questions or comments from the board? Vice President Irvin?
Yes. Seeing and looking at this, I remember those days where I had good intentions, but, struggled in its infancy. And so it's good to see that it's has done a 180-degree turnaround, and there's some really good things happening in the intervention centers. I noticed that on the current landscape slide, the pandemic has led to the increase in those behaviors, but I saw one behavior that I think has been left off, and that would be attendance. I think that's a behavior that's directly attributed to that current landscape as well. With that being said, also I noticed that there's a lot around restorative practices, and I don't know if any of the board members, but I think if there's some training happening around restorative practices that they should be invited, board members should be invited to sit in some of those sessions so they can actually see what restorative practices are all about. I went through the training when I was with Aspire Public Schools back in the day, and it's really beneficial to be able to understand the dynamics of restorative practices and how they relate to resolving behavior issues. And so this, like I said, really good data. Really good stuff. I've talked to some students myself that have managed to make it to the intervention center that would correlate or validate the data that's presented in terms of how they felt about the center, because I definitely did ask them, that they feel it was a benefit to them, and they did say with a positive response that it was. So it's good to hear. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Information's great.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes, thank you very much for the report. I don't have any big questions. The only comment or suggestion I would like is that when we talk about like on page 5 on our thing, but it's I think slide number 10, the intervention center student population, I would like that matched up to the general population makeup. Just so that we can kind of get an idea of is there overrepresentation compared to our general population?
I think, hopefully, I don't know if maybe you caught it. It has up at the top, and I'm just looking at Hispanic Latinos on that student population count, and then the total population of Hispanic Latinos in 712 is 60.43%, if that makes sense. Trustee Lopez.
Where is that at?
I'm looking at the
First row.
Yeah, it's what's that? It's on the same chart. Yeah, it's on the.
So the first row on the chart.
I don't see it.
On page 5,
Uh-huh.
or on page 5, that second one, that very first top percentage, 62.68, 60.43, 20, that's our population of that in our entire district.
Got it.
And then you compare it to the bottom percentage to see the difference.
Got it, yeah, I was confused between when you were talking about, I thought you were talking about all three, but you were talking about the last two when you were referencing, so, my mistake.
Thank you.
This one right here, 60. Thank you very much.
Trustee Daly.
You know, this is my area and I'm gonna have a lot of questions. So are we asking, I love, first of all, thank you so much for including the student voice. That's the important part, is the fact that they feel supported. It doesn't matter what any of the rest of us really think. But are we asking at all when we're doing that survey, are we asking the reasons that they're saying maybe they're experiencing behaviors, that we can maybe use some of that information to provide more interventions for them?
Yeah, when they come in, usually it's part of the behavioral review that either they do with the IC teacher or with the IC specialist. So in that, if they're exhibiting behavior, it's the why behind it. So they're trying to dig deep into the nexus of what's causing that, and then provide support and intervention, as well as, okay, so what could we have done differently in this particular situation? Who was harmed? What do you need differently, so that we can go back and hopefully reduce the amount of times that a child would come in there for any type of consequence.
Okay.
In addition, that may be answered through the reflective writing portion of their time in the intervention center, which is
Okay.
reviewed by the IC teacher and the teacher that sent the student.
Okay. So then my next question is reference to, there is academic support in these. So there's a credentialed teacher there. Despite parents understanding that they're out of the classroom, they're not actually, they're better off here than at home.
Absolutely. We have a full-time credentialed teacher that's in the intervention center, the IC monitor. Let's say that somebody were to go in there for any type of consequence, then the IC monitor works to get the assignments that were in there so that they could be done in the IC center.
If there was no assignment sent by the classroom teacher, the work completed in the IC must by law be accepted by the assigning teacher.
So I like the idea of the in-school support, suspension, IC, whatever. As the visits increase, is there an increase in interventions that we use? Still, I don't want to send them home necessarily, but are we stepping things up?
Yeah, stepping things up, and then also looking for potentially referrals out to different sources. So if somebody's going to continue to come 10 times, there may be a student success team referral, there may be a referral for additional counseling support, depends completely on the situation of the child.
So you and I are thinking on the same page, because that's my next question is, can we get information on, so anxiety, substance abuse, and suicidal ideations typically requires a step up from an SAS, and so do we have the statistics on the referrals that are done for outside community?
Yeah, I think we could get them. I would venture to say if we get something of that significance, it's an automatic referral, typically probably to Aspiranet and some of our other partners, so I could look at that in terms of cross comparisons.
Currently, Aspiranet referrals, not always through the IC, are at 283 for the school year.
Okay. 283 for the entire MCS?
In all of MCS, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Which is a little less than last year. We were around 300 at this point last year, so we're seeing a little bit of a decline. But it's historically significant increase over pre-pandemic, which was around 100.
Okay, still seems kind of low considering statistically, 1 in every 4 people experience a mental health condition that requires master's level every year.
Trustee Mejia.
Yeah, the other, a couple of questions on the population was one of my questions. The other one is, these are by site, correct? Each school has one?
Each school has one.
I'll be curious to see the data. You don't have to send it to me. You can send it to me on an email by site. And I'm curious just to see, because the demographics don't match. I mean, we have a low population versus the amount of kids sent in. I'm wondering if there's certain schools that send more kids to those places versus others. That's just it's a curiosity that I have. I just feel like that might be something that we also could work with teachers on the alternatives to, is it your first reaction to send those kids there or working with them or having a little bit more, and then also our teachers receive that type of training on page 3, slide 6. They don't always have to send the kids out for more than 1 or 2 days. Is there training for them to say, like, are you doing something in the classroom to help out before sending them out? You know, providing that type of understanding, even some background on some of the students, you know, like, you know, would be important. Those are just things that are popping up to my head as I read this.
I would actually give credit to our teachers, especially in the 7-12 level. I think a lot of work, professional development, and just honestly, their desire to work with our kids has improved over the years. That's why I think you see a decrease in the non-duplicated kids, despite the fact that I think that we would argue that there's more defiance potentially, vaping, et cetera. We have less non-duplicated kids going into the IC. So I mean, that's a positive, really, when you look at it in terms of the landscape, in terms of what's going on at some of our school sites.
I just want to add a follow-up on that. You, Trustee Mejia was mentioning about trying to stay from sending the student out to the intervention center. What would constitute, let's say it's a teacher-based referral of sending them to the intervention center? What would constitute of, okay, the student needs to be outside of, in this moment, outside of my period, and maybe for a couple of days, but not for a full day being in the intervention center?
Two separate things. So a teacher could suspend their child from their classroom for up to 2 days. Sometimes, like let's say that a child used profanity in class, said something inappropriate to a female. They could remove that child for a day. Legally, they could remove them from 2 days. It would only be for their class period. It would not be for a full day.
Okay.
Make sense?
And so what would constitute a full day students in the intervention center, regardless of period?
Could be a fight, could be multiple vaping, could be a slew of things, but typically things that we would in the past or would be sending kids home for home suspension. That's where a full day would
Over
come.
300 incidents this year all day, 3 days at a time, for first-time offenders for Education Code 48900C, which is under the influence or possession of alcohol, tobacco, or an intoxicant of any kind. So in lieu of those at-home suspensions, students are being referred to the intervention center where they receive drug counseling and support. Over 300 of those, 343 to be exact.
Thank you very much for that report.
Student Representative Patel.
Just have 2 questions. I know the next steps are to explore targeted curriculum that address anxiety, depression, etc. Is there any way that, I know with like the school culture currently, that we could embed this more in the everyday curriculum in classrooms so that it could potentially prevent students from having to use or go to that IC? And then also, are the intervention center, is that data, like the amount of students that go there every day, is that contributing to the amount of suspensions that we have, or is that a separate data set?
It's separate from a home suspension versus what we do in IC. So yes, it's definitely separate, but I applaud your other point that you made. Definitely something to consider, Ms. Patel. You always come up with some great recommendations.
Right, thank you.
Currently, mental health is taught in the 9th grade health class as part of the California Healthy Youth Act.
Right, I just wanted to see if, since that was just 1 semester for health, if it could be more embedded in everyday classroom activities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Marks?
I just wanted to agree with trustee, wait a second, Dara. Sorry, I had Patel and then Dara and then, anyway. So I just wanted to say that, and tonight we had, Ronaldo Rucker came up and spoke at the beginning of the meeting, and he talked about that there's a need to learn positive behavior at school. He said that. And so that goes along with what you're saying. And I see that as extremely helpful because as our students learn skills and abilities in interaction with one another and how not to become angry to the point where they do something they'll regret later, or so to help them learn those skills and learn to be able to have that positive behavior at school with one another, to treat one another with respect, to, you know, basically the golden rule, do to others as you want them to do to you. Do you want them talking like this to you or not? So if we could do that and embed it into some of our classes, I think that would be awesome. That might help them not have to go to this.
Right. Well, thank you very much for this report.
Thank you.
Need a short break for personal reasons. So can we take a 5-minute break? All right, given the late hour, we're looking at the agenda to see if there's anything that we can postpone to our next meeting. So Trustee Marks, did you have a motion?
Yes, I have a motion to postpone or move to another meeting, the report on the curriculum adoption. Is that okay with the superintendent? And we don't have to do it tonight. Okay, great. So whatever meeting, I didn't know if it had to be at the next meeting or not.
I second.
Is it okay, Mr. Rich?
He's already out the door. I will just give this caveat, if it delays it, we'll just use there's only a couple of classes that we've got the curriculum for. We could use the old curriculum in place of it if there's an issue with that, so we could do that.
Or
Okay.
is this a short enough presentation that we could move it up?
This is a report, though, not an approval.
Correct, because the approval would go through consent on the next agenda.
Okay, can you just put report and approval next
We could do that,
one?
we could
Okay.
do that, yeah.
Then
Okay,
that's
so-
what I motion for, to change it to a report and an approval for next meeting.
Okay, then I make a motion to move this B8, report on 2023 and 24 curriculum adoptions to the next meeting to also be voted on.
First and second, and
I s-
second by trustee Maestas. Those in approval? Aye. All right, thank you. That's a good solution. Now we're going to move to item B7, the item we've been waiting for. Approval of the proposed revisions to the 2023-2024 dress code. This will be Fallon Ferris and Dave Hauk.
Good evening, Board President Brown, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, Cabinet members, and guests. My name is David Hauk, Senior Director of Child Welfare and Attendance, and joining me tonight is Ms. Fallon Ferris, Modesto City Schools Equity and Intervention Specialist. Tonight, we will be presenting on the proposed revisions of approval of the 2023-2024 Conduct and Dress Code. The purpose of this presentation is to provide the Board of Trustees with a report on proposed revisions to the MCS Conduct Code, which includes Modesto City Schools Dress Code, which we have revised based on board and educational partner input. This presentation most aligns with Goal 3, providing safe, welcoming, and respectful learning environment. As reviewed at the April board meeting, the proposed changes to the dress code portion of the conduct code are a result of many contributing factors. There has been growing student staff frustration with the dress code. Planned student walkouts and protests were averted when students were told they would be provided an opportunity to have input in the creation of a new dress code. The student frustration was caused by inconsistencies and individual students feeling targeted for wearing clothing that is allowed in neighboring districts. Staff frustrations stem from unnecessary power struggles with students in attempting to enforce the existing dress code. Ms. Ferris and I truly gathered large-scale input. We began by holding 2 student forums, one at Modesto High School and one at Davis High School. We took the existing dress code to the Student Advisory Council to gather additional student voice. In addition, we conducted surveys that were sent out to all students in grades 5-12, certificated and classified staff, as well as our families. Additionally, we informed a diverse and eclectic district dress code committee. The group was designed to provide a voice for all educational partners. This group consisted of certificated teachers, classified staff, school administrators, community members, Modesto Teachers Association representatives, and district office staff. We met 3 times this school year, once in December, once in January, and once in March. This slide includes the names of the dress code committee members, and I would like to thank them for their valuable time. Ms. Fallon is next.
As Mr. Hauk stated, gathering this input was vital for the creation and adoption of this new dress code. We sent out surveys to our students, parents, and staff, and once again, I'll re-say some of those numbers. We had about 6,000 respondents from our students in grades 5-12, almost 700 from our parents, and from surveying our staff, we received a little more than 1,600 responses. Each survey asked 3 questions regarding potential changes that may be deemed as more significant in relation to our current dress code. As you'll remember, the next 3 slides are just a reminder of the questions posed to our staff, students, and community with their responses. They are here as a reference should the board need it. I'll kind of quickly go through those. And then you should have copies of them as well if you need to kind of revert back to them. The proposed dress code we are presenting for your review is not something we have taken lightly. We made every possible effort to provide an opportunity for all educational partners to have a voice. We completed a thorough review of dress codes from nearby school districts, as well as those in Fresno, Stockton, and Bay Area schools. We reviewed applicable law and reviewed current recommendations from the ACLU. We understand that we cannot satisfy everyone, and we realize ultimately that this is the board's dress code, but we believe the proposed dress code provides a series of compromises. And here are the proposed compromises based on board input from the last meeting. The first is that non-gang related hats will be allowed, and teachers are able to ask students to remove these in the classroom. As well as students will not be allowed to hide their face while wearing a hoodie, and teachers once again may ask students to remove their hoods in the class. At this time, with reservation from a number of committee members, we are proposing allowing students to show bare midriff. There are concerns by committee members with this deletion. It should be noted that the concerns stem from implementation and power struggles as we attempt to enforce this portion of the dress code. Students are also concerned with this compromise. I believe as previously stated at the last meeting, Ms. Patel said, it is becoming increasingly difficult to find shirts that may not or potentially show a portion of the midriff. The proposed dress code also has a number of similarities to our current dress code. The dress code forbids gang attire, inappropriate clothing, visible undergarments, prohibits anything that is see-through, and it also allows a site to make site-based safety modifications to the dress code with approval from the Senior Director of Child Welfare and Attendance and consultation with Modesto Police Department.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris. We appreciate your time tonight. Our next steps are to receive approval of the proposed changes to the 2023-2024 Conduct Code. We will then begin messaging the changes to our staff, parents, and students. We're here to address any questions after we receive public comments.
All right. We previously received a card from Cheryl Van Horn. She would like to make a comment. Invite you to speak before we open it to other public members.
Thank you for your time. I believe the dress code and the dress code enforcement is of utmost importance. I know it's there. It's not being enforced as much as it should be from everything I have gathered. And I see that on the page 4, it says staff frustration is enforcement of dress code. And I know it's got to be frustrating, but if we don't enforce things that are important, it's not going to, there's just going to continue to get worse. In my drive from the east side where I live to over here on West Modesto where I work, I drive by Beyer, Enoch, Downey, and Modesto High almost every morning, 1 or 2 of those schools. And what I see walking into schools, I think is just ridiculous as far as the way they're dressed and going into school. How is a young man or a young woman able to keep their way pure when they're being taunted the way they're being taunted? And I work with youth and teens a lot, and I have a deep respect for their opinions, and I hear them talk as well. And it's a well-known fact that brains are not fully developed until about age 25. A Stanford Medicine's Children Health article published recently states it doesn't matter how smart teens are or how well they scored on SAT or ACTs, good judgment isn't something they can excel in, at least not at this age. The rational part of a teen's brain isn't fully developed and won't be until at least age 25. In fact, recent research has found that adult and teen brains work differently. Adults think with different parts of their brain than do teens. And this is one thinks with the emotional part, the other one thinks with good judgment. As adults, we've all been teenagers. We know how it was when we were teens. We didn't make all good choices. Not that we do now, but we make better now, I'm sure, than we did. And so in a decision, as much as impact as it has, we must rely on the wisdom and common sense of adults, teachers, parents, being particularly careful to gain respect of the teachers and their parental rights. After all, don't most of us look back at our teen years and believe we are much wiser and more knowledgeable now? So let's remember that parents are the ones who are responsible for raising our future generation, and I think dress codes have a lot to do with it. And I know in the survey outcomes, it said clothing must be secured and cover personal body parts. Even the students said 65% of them either agree or strongly agree that that's what it should be. Parents were 93%, staff was 94%. So it's pretty clear that even they, the students and the staff, say it's important, yet it's not being enforced. And I know that was, students will not be allowed to show their bare abdomen, male or female, and it's happening, but I don't know what's happening in the schools I don't know what the repercussions are, the consequences are when they dress like that, or when they refuse to change it, or they just button up their shirt and then walk away and unbutton it when they get back. So just would like for that to be a consideration, because these are our kids, our grandkids that are being affected, and this doesn't help the learning process at all when there's this much bare skin, I guess you would say, in class. Anyway, thank you for listening. Hope you'll consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from the public?
Hi, my name is Pamela LaChapelle, and I want to first say that I appreciate the recommendation that has been submitted to the board that states that males and females will not be allowed to show their bare abdomen or have their undergarments visible on our school campuses. I hope to convince you that you must approve this recommendation tonight. On Tuesday, I was tutoring a 7th grade student, and her mom was reading the page of instructions for a Disneyland trip. And her mom mentioned that she saw that they were not supposed to have students showing up for this trip with bare abdomens. They got into such a heated argument over this. It was so sad to watch. This 7th grader was just dreadfully upset that she suddenly was not going to get to have a bare midriff for a Disneyland trip. It was really hard to watch. We don't want to pit students and parents against one another, especially on an issue like this. They have a hard enough job as parents these days. Now, I want to describe what I am seeing on the campuses. The girls they're wearing pants that are lower and lower all the time, often to show off their belly jewels, and they're also wearing open shirts with bralettes or crop tops. If we do the 3-finger rule, it's easy for the students to correct it instantly and then readjust their clothing as soon as they walk away. Many boys are wearing pants that sag so much that their boxers are fully exposed. They hold on to their pants as they walk so they won't fall to their ankles. This hardly sets the tone for an academic atmosphere in our schools. My research showed me that dressing more professionally has an effect on performance, not because what one wears makes them learn the material better, but it helps them come to school with the mindset that their first priority here is to learn and work, thus creating an optimum working and learning environment. Students need to dress for success. If a person was seeing a doctor, a lawyer, a school board trustee, or other professional, and he or she walked into the room with a bare midriff showing off belly jewels, wouldn't there be maybe a higher likelihood that you would have less confidence that you would obtain excellent service from this person? It makes a difference to dress the part of a person who is ready to learn. Consistent enforcement of a sensible dress code demonstrates that we want to create an atmosphere that communicates we take the education of our students seriously. I have respect for our youth, and their desire to follow the latest trends is largely due to the stage of cognitive and social development they're in. They have been and will continue to push the envelope more and more amid unpredictable enforcement. Hopefully, we have a desire to reestablish an environment where learning and cultivating positive character traits are the top priorities and are made evident by the school environment we establish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Come forward, please.
I was up here earlier, I had to go to another meeting, but
I don't know what's going on as far as outside of this stuff, attorneys talking to people, whatever it is. Please don't let someone influence you like, oh, we can't, you know, get after these kids like this, or we're gonna have attorneys on us or something. I'm not saying that's happening, but if it is, go down with the fight. I mean, you should stand for these principles. If that's what you're getting in trouble for, or you're concerned about that, it's worth it. That's what I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? So we'll now turn it to the board for questions or comments. And first, we'll hear from Student Representative Patel.
All right, so thank you for this report on the new dress code. As we can see here, there are no students here because A, they're probably sleeping, and B, it's the week before finals. But I have a slew of sticky notes here on their opinions from student senates from MCS high schools. So I'll just read a couple to show some hard proof of what students want, what their voices represent within these surveys, and what they think of the current dress code and the new proposed dress code. One sticky note said, I don't think the whole dress for success thing is a good reason to determine a school dress code. I think most people recognize that different attire is needed in different situations, like work and an interview, but school itself isn't one of those environments. We're only meant to learn there. The dress code won't have any effect on the student body and will only cause negative effects if it were to be changed. Hats and hoodies being allowed is a positive change. The whole concept of a dress code dress for success is different for every body. Setting a standard of what it is supposed to look like restricts students from actually trying to be creative or be themselves. People have different preferences of what clothes make them feel confident enough to come to school and learn. Applying limitations to personal comfortability can be extremely damaging to an individual's desire to learn and come to school. They spend all day here, so I think that it is important that we value our students' comfortability. Clothes shouldn't be affected, clothes shouldn't affect learning principles. And I have to say that I agree with the students representing them. I know that I came on the board last year knowing that the board wanted to hear more student voice and hear more directly from students. These sticky notes directly show us what exactly students want, and they are in line with this new proposed dress code. If it were up to us, we would like to have bare midriffs on there because that's what makes students feel more comfortable. I know at the last board meeting, I asked Mr. Hauk if there were any other disciplinary rates currently with midriffs or hats, and there aren't. That shows that the school culture won't change and the school climate won't change because that's what's been the norm, and it's what students feel comfortable with. It's not distracting students. It's not hampering their learning environments. That's why they're not here. They're studying at home. So I think it's important to value the student voice and what they have to say about this dress code.
Vice President Urban.
Yes, again, thank you for this extensive research and background that went into all of this report. I just wanted to kind of piggyback on the young lady that was up earlier speaking about consistency, because that is going to be the key to all of this, is consistency, consistency, consistency. What's good for the goose has to be good for the gander. And I believe that inconsistency will lead to increases in the IC centers. So it's very, very important that we be consistent with the with the enforcement of our new dress code. Because once we get that inconsistency, and we're gonna just lose the student, parents, and community, we're gonna lose their voice with that, because now they did all of this work and putting in their voice, and then nobody goes by it, and it feels like it's a waste of time. And so we have to be consistent when we implement this to gain some respectability for it. And again, that's all I have.
Trustee Daly.
I appreciate you sharing those because I don't know if it'll necessarily change my vote, but it gives me a better idea of what the students are talking about. I personally don't have an issue necessarily with the midriffs. I really more have an issue with the hoodies and the hats, not necessarily on campus, in the classrooms, maybe not the hats, it's really the hoodies. So that's where my biggest concern is. And then the consistency. If the students are doing it, are the teachers and the staff doing it? Is everybody consistent? That's my issue with the teacher may ask, so one teacher may ask you to remove your hood or your hat while another teacher isn't. That I can see causing issues. Well, this teacher doesn't do this or this teacher doesn't do that. So I don't think it's consistent enough still, is my biggest concern.
Trustee Maestas.
I agree with both of what was said. Consistency needs to be there, and I was noticing the same thing. The may ask a child to remove and may ask is a whole big can of worms for inconsistency. And as, as a teacher that worked on a high school that said no, I mean, this is back in the day, no gum, right? No gum. Well, you have one teacher said no gum, the other says, yeah, sure, you can have gum. Like, it was just, it's so impossible to have, to make sure kids are following a rule when there's 10 different rules out there. So I also have no problem with the bare midriffs. That seems to be something that's so difficult to enforce because enforcement's going to be a key issue. It's so difficult to enforce from one site to another teacher and one other teacher, that creates inconsistency as well. So I didn't have a problem with the bare midriffs. I always have a problem with, I always had a problem with the hat issue. I have still yet to hear anybody give me a legitimate reason why hats should be, why hats can't be worn in a class. I just don't know. I don't get, like a hat, it's like what's, I don't know. I just haven't gotten a really good explanation on why kids can't wear a hat. A hood, I've talked to a lot of teachers, and with the advent here of earbuds, it's really, really difficult if they're going to keep their hoodie on and they've got earbuds and they're not paying attention. So I like the students will not be allowed to hide their face. I think something in here is still about earbuds. The hoodie issue is the issue for me. I think I'd be willing to take the bare midriff back on here. And then I'd like the teachers may ask child to remove their hat. I just think that needs to be off and students can wear a hat in school. I think that's fine. So I'd be good with that. And I agree. The last thing I want to say, and it's really late, I know, but we asked for student voice and we asked for a compromise. And then if we're sitting here going, well, no, this has to be the way it is, then we're going to lose all student voice and all compromises from here on out. So we have to keep that in mind.
Trustee Mejia.
I'll pick it up from there. I think the numbers overwhelmingly show 6,000 kids responded versus 687 parents responded. And so I'm just gonna say, I do think the student voice, if we don't do this right, I think we are gonna lose a credibility. If 6,000 kids, voiced it, and it's important. And the other thing, I just feel like the cost effects of if you're gonna focus on enforcing versus educating, then it's a whole different kind of room. So if you're just gonna be pick and choosing, like you're gonna go after them, and then other kids are gonna be feel targeted. We already have a lot of issues with people already feeling targeted, and this is gonna increase that if we do that. And I don't have an issue with any of those, especially if the kids chose it because it was a choice. And I feel like if we go back 50 years, I'm sure that people didn't approve, your parents didn't approve what you were wearing, and all that in each generation is the same. And I think we're losing the bigger picture, which is educating the child. So anyways, those are my things. We're not lose the student voice. We're asked for their opinion. If we're not gonna follow it, let's not ask for it. If we're just as adults gonna make the decision, let's just not include them. If that's not what it is. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. I was thinking about this issue for a long time, and don't ask me something if you don't wanna get my answer. And we asked them, and so therefore we got our answer. And so, anyways, those are a few of my comments.
Vice President Irvin?
Yeah, I forgot to mention, because I noticed it on the part where it says students cannot wear, and it goes down at the, there is sheer clothing and accessories that is sheer or see-through clothing must be opaque. And I'm just thinking, parents, how many people know what opaque is? So I'm thinking, when we communicate, we may want to elaborate on, because you see that word opaque, a lot of people may not understand or know what that word means. And I too, didn't have a problem with the midriff, but like I said, in the sense of student voice and parent voice and adult voice, we do have to compromise with students and vice versa with us. That's all part of the leadership and consensus process with students as well.
Trustee Marks?
Thank you so much. So as I think about this, I know it's been a really good conversation and hearing everybody's perspective. I appreciate the students being willing to answer the questions. But as I looked at who's actually going to be enforcing this and who's actually cares about the students and takes care of the students and has to care for them at home, it's the parents and it's the staff. And they overwhelmingly asked not to have bare abdomens. 74% of the students wanted it. 81% of the parents said no. 83% of the staff said no. That was even more than the parents. So the staff who cares about our kids, who sees them every day, who watches them interact, who spends time with them, who has to deal with the ramifications of how kids talk to one another and how they say things about each other, have to deal with this. And I look at it as I want to do what's best for our students. And I know this is something that they want. We've listened to them. They have a student voice in many areas. As a parent, I listen to my kids. I don't do everything that they tell me to do. I'm the mom. I'm the one who has to make this decision. I want to drive a car at 13. Oh, you can't drive a car at 13. You might get in a wreck, and it's illegal. So, I had 3 boys and I had to raise them, and they pushed the rules a lot, and they pushed me a lot. But they're all still doing great today. And yeah, they were even asking me about stuff about how some of this will play out. So I just want to say that I disagree with the abdomens being shown, the midriffs, based on what parents, staff, and clergy council pastor told me. And another young mom who has little kids who may go to our schools soon. We've heard some from the public. So that's my view. And the hoodies, I was like, well, I don't know. It seemed disrespectful to me. I had somebody tell me, that's totally rude to wear a hat in class and wear a hoodie in class. And she was young, and I was like, okay, that's a perspective I hadn't really considered. But then I read the letter from the teacher, Shelley Taylor, that said, and you brought it up too, that they can hide their headphones, those buds, underneath the hoodie, and they're struggling. The teachers I've talked to are struggling to get their students to pay attention in class. And so I want them to be there to learn. I want them to be there to be the professional person that they're going to be in the future. They're going to have a career. They have options to wear all this stuff later. They can wear it after school. They can wear it on the weekends. They have all these hours outside of class. We're just asking for a few hours to pay attention in class, to be students respect one another, respect each other's, we'll call it, their bodies, and just do as the parents and staff have asked us to do. So in that, I would like to see us not have hoodies in class. I'm okay if they wear them outside class. Why not? And why not wear the hats outside class? And if you have a bad hair day, I got that from the teacher. I was like, okay, I can see why you want to wear a hat in class. So, okay, wear a hat in class. So I'd be okay with the hats in class, no hoodies in class, hoodies outside, okay, good. Then we're listening to the students. But no bare midriffs. I just think it's very, I just think it's degrading to women to do this on a school campus. I just think it's not respectful to them and treating them with respect. Now, that's my view, and I believe that very strongly because I just feel like my job is to protect our students. So those are my points, and that's my view. And I don't know, most of you have spoken so far, and I don't know where we'll end up with this, but you heard me out. So thank you.
Trustee Lopez.
Yeah, so I wasn't here last board meeting, but so I was able to watch the conversation that happened at the board. You know, I struggled with it, and mainly because of one of the things for me was the hats or the hoodies, or mainly the hats in terms of ever changing, you know, representation of imagery that changes and whatnot. And for me, safety around gang or violence is important, right? And so, you know, I felt very torn on that aspect because I understand. I think I understand that in this society, what's in, what's trending, what means something can lose that meaning just as fast as I got it. So what wasn't a gang imagery today could be tomorrow. What isn't the next day, and so that changing speediness of how our society works now is why I kind of was torn over that for the hats. And you know, I understand hoodies and I understand the hats, and if for me it's like, all right, I would see as okay, we can have that, but we need to have it off in the classroom. But then again, I also think about, you know, the problem is not really the hoodie, it's the earbud, right? Is the earbud that goes in there. So right, so it's also about seeing the students that you have and understanding, like, okay, who's more you know, what I need to look out to see their engagement part. But I mean, I could in essence be okay with saying, hey, no, at least no caps or inside the classroom, right? No hats inside the classroom. The rest, I do agree with my colleagues that we need to listen. We ask for input. Again, if it's not endangering violence, I believe in and profanity, I believe that, you know, we also need to lean on the voice that we heard from our students, right? And, you know, come to the table and have some sort of agreement on that. So I echo listening to student voice as well.
So I'd like to make a couple of comments. First of all, with regard to hats, I wear a hat because I can't expose the top of my head to sunlight. And the norms have changed drastically about wearing hats. Those of us that wear hats, it's not uncommon for them to stay on when we walk inside a room. And it used to be that the social norm was that hats are removed anytime you cross the threshold. That norm has gone completely away. You walk into Costco and you see the number of people that are wearing hats that 10 years ago would have been asked to remove them when they walk in the door. That has changed. So hats in the classroom for me are like hats in the grocery store or anywhere else. But I do understand the issue of hoodies and earbuds. And I would be comfortable saying, let's keep the hats as an allowance, but let's ask that the hoodies be dropped so that teachers can see the ears of all the students. And there will be cases where, for religious purposes, there are headdresses that do cover ears, and I think that has to be an exception because of the religious standing. I am listening carefully to two presentations tonight. One was the intervention centers and the fact that we're not sending students to our intervention centers for some of the violations that we're proposing be addressed in the dress code. I don't want to see us punishing students for things that are social norms. I also know how student voice works. I had 3 daughters, and we enforced a type of dress code for what they should and should not wear to school. And I know that at least 2 of my daughters had 2 outfits that went with them out the door. One was in the backpack, one was on the body. And they used their student voice to choose what they thought was right, whether mom and dad agreed with it or not. We saw what they left and how they came home, but we didn't see how they were dressed at school. They wouldn't have been punished for that because our standards were different than the school standards, but the student voice was speaking. Are we willing to punish student voice? And I'm voting against that. I think we need to be working towards educating the student, not prescribing so many specifics that to make it that school becomes a rebellion rather than an institution of learning. So I'm softening in my approach and understanding the importance of listening and working together with our students to get their cooperation and help them be a part of how they learn. Trustee Mejia.
Can we do this in 3, I don't know the protocol, in three votes? Because it seems like there's 3 issues. There's like the hats, the hoodies, and the midriffs. Is there any way that we could take those votes individually? Is that a possibility or that's not a possibility? I'm just throwing out there, I don't know procedure. but it's just
That is a possibility if you want to do it if you want to make that decision that way.
I was just going to ask, I know that the midriffs are not currently on the proposed dress code, if we could recommend to put that on the proposed dress code.
And by dividing it out into 3, in a sense, you are doing that.
Okay.
I would just have to say that there would need to be a motion of. Right, so if someone wants to motion as it is currently,
So
that has to fail first before, so I guess whoever jumps to the motion of it individually as it stands, then it would have to, so whoever
Can I-
motions first, right? If
Can
you were
I
to mention
can I motion to approve the dress code except for the 3 elements of hats, hooded, and midriff to be voted on separately? Can I make a motion to that? Okay, well, then I'd like to make a motion that the dress code be approved except for the hats, hooded shirts, and the midriff to be voted separately.
But before we do that, I see that there have been individuals that wanted to make comments. So let me ask those that are up, Trustee Marks or Daly, are you comfortable addressing the motion, or do you want to make your comment first?
I just want to make the comment in reference to, because I think it's appropriate to point out that, I pointed it out on the other survey in reference to parents' responses. We're basing some information, 687 parents responded. There should be over 10,000 parents' responses. So this is a very small population.
That's actually a large. That's actually a large response rate for parents responding. It is, if over 400. I mean, usually if you get 400, then you're thinking you've got a pretty good response rate from parents. And you'll see that as we go through with surveys.
Okay, so
Oh,
we
and-
do have a motion on the floor.
Oh,
Trustee Marks, are you comfortable with addressing that motion?
Well,
Yes, I will, oh, go.
yeah, but I'm going to say, in point of order, if there's a motion on the floor, there has to be a second before we can go to
Right.
discussion.
Before we can discuss, I
Okay.
agree, yes.
So do we have a motion?
I'll second.
Yeah.
The motion is,
Hmm.
then we go.
Well, my motion was to approve the entire dress code except for those three. So if we approve this, then we approve everything, and then we only have to do those three.
Yeah.
I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Those in favor?
Wait, we can have some discussion. I just wanted to make a comment. Just that the students are being heard because we are considering hats and hoodies. That was off the table before, so the students put that on. So just for those of you who didn't think we were listening to them, we are listening to them. So I appreciate that, but I just want to make that clarification. So now I'm ready.
Okay. Any other discussion before we take the vote? I'm going to clear the queue. So those in favor with the motion on the floor?
Aye.
Aye. And that was unanimous. Okay, so next piece, we have,
I'd like to motion to approve hats, including religious headwear. And where it says earbuds are still forbidden, to keep that in there, but remove teachers may ask student to remove hat in class. So I'd like to motion that we include hats, including religious headwear in class or out of class.
so a motion by trustee Maestas and a second by trustee Daly. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was unanimous. All right, so moving to the next item, which is the hoodies.
Put the mic on.
I motion for the hoodies in this vote. To wear, so the students can wear hoodies in class, in school, straight from home.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second from Student Representative Patel. So those in favor. So this would be
Can I have
hoodies.
discussion?
Okay.
I would like to remove teachers may ask hood to be removed in class. That just, the inconsistency involved in there is just too inconsistent. If they're gonna be allowed, they're gonna be allowed. If they're not gonna be allowed, they're not gonna be allowed. I think we need to vote on that. That's my opinion.
Well, I'm just saying because it says it doesn't cover face.
Yeah, over there.
Well, that's not the issue, because it can cover the ears and still not cover the face. So you can still wear your, slide in your earbuds or whatever, and then the hoodie can be right past your ears and your face is still visible. So how do we deal with that?
So I think you have to go with the first motion that had a second. You need to vote on that, and if it gets voted down, then you have another motion.
Yes. So I'm just going to say I'm voting no on this one, and the reason is because I believe the students should be able to wear their hoodies at school, but not in the classroom. So that's why I'm voting no on it, because I believe it's better to have them outside classroom and be able to wear them and not in class.
And I will express my vote as well. I'm going to vote no on this motion as it's on the floor because I want to make sure that the hoodies don't hide the earbuds. I'd rather have no hoodie in the classroom.
Same here.
So you could probably call for a vote.
Okay, so let's call for a vote. So the vote is hoodies without limits on the campus.
I'm pretty sure as I read the room, that's not gonna happen, but I will say that sometimes I feel like when mentioning the bad hair day, some students don't have a hat, and so that might be their only way of covering up whatever is going up here. And so if we're picking and choosing, I'm gonna vote yes because of that, because I think about equity in terms of someone can afford or doesn't have for whatever reason a hat that they feel like that they can wear at school. A hoodie is an alternative to that. So for that reason, I'll say yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion as it's been expressed? Those opposed?
Nay.
So that went down 4-3. I'm sorry. There were three, 5-3.
And the students, yeah, the students.
Okay, so it was 5-3.
To 2. Well, 5-2, the students are not in the mix because we could have a tie vote of 8-4-4.
Right, but it's not a tie vote right now.
Have a
5
vote,
and 3
yeah.
isn't
Students
a
have-
tie. If it was 4-4, then it would be a tie. So yes, it's 5-3.
Okay. All right, so that one failed. Do we have another motion regarding the hoodies?
I'd like to, go ahead. Go ahead. No, I'm gonna let you.
Oh, I was going to motion to allow hoodies on campus, but not in the classroom.
I'll second.
So motion by Student Rep Patel, second by Trustee Marks.
Can we, I just want to get clarity on this because I want to make sure that we're talking enforcement, that enforcing is easy. When we say hooded shirts and jackets are allowed, right? That means I can wear a hoodie on campus. And then when we say except in the classroom, then that means
For the hood on.
that means the hood, okay, but that, do you see where I can get where I can say, you gotta take that whole sweater off? Like, that's what I'm saying is like, there's just needs to be a little clarity. So what I'd like to say is hooded shirts and jackets are allowed. Over the head is not allowed in class. Because we're allowing them to keep it over their head outside of class.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I motion to have hooded jackets and sweatshirts allowed on campus, but no hoods, the hood part on in class.
And I
Over the head.
I accept your motion and continue, and I agree with you. So, because I had to
Okay,
do
so
that as a
we
second.
still have a motion and a second. Revision understood that hoods will not be raised in class. Let's go ahead and call for a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we have the remaining item, which is the bare midriff. Do we have a motion regarding,
I'll make a motion, and we'll see how it goes, but I have an idea. But anyway, I make a motion that we do not have students show bare abdomens, as it says in our thing. So is there a second? No second.
do we have a second? There is no second, so that failed. Do I have another motion?
Motion to allow students to wear bare midriffs on campus.
Do we have a second? So motion by Student Representative Patel, second by Trustee Daly. Those in favor? Discussion, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, you know, in conflict, because then I know what trustee Marks was thinking, you know, but most of our schools have swim teams, PE, you know, and there's, well, swim team, you got bare midriffs, you know, so I think.
The swim teams don't wear bikinis.
They
They
wear
wear
one
one-piece
piece.
suits.
Oh, one piece, all one piece?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not the boys.
right,
Yeah, we
all right.
gotta remember that this is for male and female. Which is,
It is
which
late,
is,
isn't it?
which is where we get a lot of inequity, because the football players out there, or the PE boys in the PE, they're wearing, they're wearing
That's
crop
what I was
tops
getting
too.
at.
So
It's
let-
a popular
You
thing.
know, already.
Let's get back to the motion. We still have three more
Okay, let's
items
go.
to go here after this one.
Oh, man.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Let's call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion on the floor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries. So we've addressed the dress code. Are there any uncovered items besides the midriffs?
Uncovered items.
Thank you.
Mark told me I'm not allowed to say anything, but thank you. I know it was really difficult.
All right. I think we're at item B10. Is that correct? Oh, wait. Yeah, we did that one. Okay. B11. Mr. Henderson, this is the approval of resolution number 2223-30, authorizing assignment of teachers outside of credentialed academic major and minor under the licensing of certificated personnel law for the 2022 and 23 school year.
Thank you, Board President Brown and trustees. The wait's over. You've got to the credentialing portion of the meeting. Item B11 recommends approval of a resolution authorizing the assignment of teachers outside of their credentialed academic major or minor. Most often, we present this resolution for certificated staff who are credentialed in an area other than physical education to allow them to coach one period of athletics for which students receive PE credit. That applies to this resolution as well, except for one exception. A teacher will be authorized to teach the Theory of Knowledge course, an IB program. It's been determined that these individuals qualify under the authorization granted through this resolution, and we recommend the board approve this item.
I see no public to make comments. Do we have comments from the board members? Hey, please comment. Okay, I take that back. Do we have any public comments? Hearing none, do we have any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Lopez? Trustee Lopez?
Yes, I have 10 questions. I call the motion. I call a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, second by trustee Daly. And those,
All those in favor?
those in favor, yes. Aye.
Aye.
That was unanimous. All right. Item B12. The approval of. Approval of the elementary school district's declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2023-24 school year. Mr. Henderson.
Yes, item B12 seeks the board's approval of the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 23-24 school year. This is an annual declaration submitted to the CTC for which we submit and receive board approval. The requirement is for the approval to be part of the public discussion action items. In short, the declaration notifies the CTC of our need for fully qualified or credentialed educators, and the approval allows the district to seek temporary or emergency permits with the county office in cases where fully credentialed candidates cannot be secured. And it's recommended the board approve this declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 23-24 school year. You'll notice this one is for the elementary school district, and the one coming up is for the high school district.
Great. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, comments from the board? We have a proposal. Motion. Motion by Maestas, second by Mejia. Favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Last one.
Okay, last one. Number 13, lucky number 13. This is approval of the high school district's declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2023-24 school year. Mr. Henderson.
Ditto on the last item, this applies to the high school district, so the same declaration of need, but as it applies for our 912 sites.
So comments from the public? Seeing none, comments from the board? Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Vice President Irvin, second by Trustee Marks. Those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that passes. Any items for future board agendas, G4? Seeing none.
No, I have 10 I want to add.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn? Yes, second by Trustee Patel. And those in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned.